Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru right here. On another day, I'm cranky today. It is 70 degrees outside and sunny, and I'm here recording with you. It is still winter as we are recording. I'm your host, the great Brian Last. It's a pleasure to be here with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, the man who gets us in all the trouble. If I only had time, Mr. Jim Cornette.
I'm going to see your 70 degrees, Brian Last, and I'm going to raise you 5 degrees because it is 75 blistering degrees here in Louisville, Kentucky right now. By the way, the first day of spring next Tuesday, it's going to be 27 on Tuesday morning here. But it's 75 degrees right now, and we've got severe thunderstorms rolling across the plains ready to strike our immediate area here later on this afternoon and overnight. So what do you got to say to that? You got any nuclear fire showers coming up? Got any hail the size of canned hams coming your way? You can trump me with that?
Well, you never know. It snowed, I think, on Sunday here. Was it Saturday or Sunday? It snowed just recently.
Well, it's goddamn New Jersey in early March.
Well, it's 70 degrees and sunny. That's why I'm saying it. I'm here with you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. We've had that all winter long here. It was 80 degrees in November, and it was fucking below zero wind chill in December, and it was goddamn this and that and the other thing. It just flies around like a goddamn pinball machine. You got to expect that. We've ruined the planet. We've ruined the climate. The shit's going to hell in a handbasket. That canned ham-size hail is coming to a place near you very soon.
So enjoy the ride. I guess that's the point, ladies and gentlemen.
We had a drought, and then we had a wet. What is the opposite of a wet? Of a drought?
A wet?
Wet? What is it? If you have a drought where it doesn't rain, you can't get any water, nothing's wet, and then it won't
downpour.
It won't stop raining. Not just a downpour, but a pattern of just rainy. We're inches ahead of our rain. Would that be the opposite of drought? Would be a wet.
They don't call it a wet. I can guarantee you
What
that.
do they call it then?
I don't know who they would be. The weathermen? Who are the they? Let's establish that first.
We're talking about the people that keep an eye on this type of phenomenon.
The wet phenomenon?
Yes, where it is the opposite of drought and rains constantly. Drought or wet.
It rains constantly and Mons Venus.
Wait a minute. A dictionary, hold on here. Wait a minute. Synonyms and antonyms.
It's an exciting show so far, ladies and gentlemen. I remind you, it's my show, but we're going to talk a little bit about words. Find this out.
Well, we've got sad news to impart here in a minute. But the guy that I'm going to be talking about would have loved this shit.
We're going to get to a dictionary shortly, ladies and gentlemen. After that, a thesaurus. So let's start with this.
Okay. Well, shit. Drought.
Shit drought.
Is not. No, a shit drought is constipation. We know that. The word drought is what? Are you muffling yourself over there?
I'm trying to.
The word drought is not in the synonym-antonym dictionary for me to find the antonym of same, but the word drown, an antonym of drown is rescue, save, preserve, extricate, deliver, recover, float, or rescue. That doesn't seem like the antonym of drown would be live. Anyway, nevertheless, we encourage the readers to write in with your comments at Post Office Box 432, Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
Okay. I hope
it's your show. But
someone's monitoring that address there in Chicago.
Once again, in case you missed it, that's Chicago, Illinois, 60609. That was where, when I was a kid, you used to have to write in for the free brochure that they were going to give you on something. I mean, it's been fucking 55 years ago, so my memory is somewhat faulty, but I remember Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
What free brochure would you have been getting?
I wasn't getting it. It was one that they were heavily advertising on TV commercials at the time. Get your free brochure. Possibly it was for insurance. I don't fucking know. It was some big company in Chicago, Illinois, with a zip code of 60609. See, you figure out the rest.
All right, or 60608, and I'll owe you one.
One tackle drop down, you finish it. Can we talk about, we got to say, I know it's your program, but at the top of the program here, I want to recognize, we just heard on the interwebs this morning that Jackie Crockett passed away, the black sheep of the Crockett family. He was the happy, entertaining one. He was totally unlike the rest of them. It was a rib. I'll explain who Jackie was to us in a minute, but Jackie Crockett was the brother of obviously Jimmy Jr. and David and Francis, and the son of Jim Crockett Sr., who started the dynasty. And when they owned Crockett Promotions, Jimmy was obviously, he was the president, and David was, I'm sure he had some corporate title of vice president or something, but everybody knew David as the TV announcer after his brief foray into wrestling that did not make it out of his rookie year.
David Finlay.
David Finlay. That was his middle name, David Finlay Crockett, David F. Crockett. So anyway, and Francis, as we all know, worked in merchandise and was kind of in charge of the ballpark that they owned in Charlotte, the Charlotte O's, the baseball team, and that type of thing. And Jackie had probably the most fun job with the least amount of responsibility, that's exactly the way he wanted it. He was the head cameraman, the fucking handheld floor camera guy at all of the syndicated TV tapings that Crockett did in the Carolinas, going back to before they got on TBS. And, you know, when they got the Nemo truck, National Electronics Mobile Operation, that secondhand TV truck that they would drive up to Silsbee, North Carolina, and shoot TV. And that way Jackie could interact the most with the boys. Whereas I'm not saying that Jimmy and David didn't want to be around the boys, but Jimmy and David also, everybody knows, they were dry as personalities. They were reserved. They weren't coming in throwing the door open and fucking laughing out loud. Hey, you fucking idiot. What the fucking, or, you know, just, hey, how you doing? They were very reserved. Jimmy was positively dry. And they always, you'd see if Jimmy did come to the matches, he'd still be wearing a jacket, even if he didn't have a tie on, and a collared shirt. And, you know, David's always dressing up because he's the TV announcer. You only saw Jackie Crockett wearing a tie when he was forced into being fill-in interview guy if Shivani was somewhere else, right? And he had to do a couple of stand-up interviews. Otherwise, he was not wearing a suit. He was not wearing a tie. I've never seen a motherfucker sweat so much in my life as he did at those syndicated TV tapings in Spartanburg and all those other places in the middle of summer. And he's carrying that fucking camera around, and he's got shorts on, and he's fucking, it just looked like he poured a bucket of water over his head, and loved every minute of it. He had a ball doing that shit, and he'd be back in the locker room and fucking around with the guys because, and like I said, he was the black sheep. He was the one that was, it was like Owen Hart in the Hart family. He was the one with the sense of humor. And I'm not knocking David and Jimmy when I say that, but that's what all the boys thought. Well, they're the epitome of bland white men, and here's fucking Jackie, right? And David and Jimmy were married and settled down, and Jackie was single, and he went out with the boys to Plum Crazy and got as drunk as they did and fucking chased women. And I guess he kept the cameraman job even through the Turner era, and the guy he was still there doing it when I left, but I mean years after that, I guess. And you know, he loved that shit, and he was the fucking personality. And if there was a camera shot to be had of any voluptuous female in the audience anywhere, whether it be a, you know, fucking rec center or one of the TBS NBA arenas, he would find it for the enjoyment of he'd focus his camera in such a way as everybody's watching him focus his camera, and meanwhile the locker room is getting entertainment. He just, you know, he was fucking an over the top personality. He could have been one of the boys had he chosen to go in that. And I don't know about his athletic ability, but had he chosen to go into that, he could have been one of the boys. I hate to hear that, but
it's crazy too when you think about like 1980s WWF. No one ever says, "Oh yeah, my favorite camera guy was." No one knows who any of those guys were. No one knows any of their names. But with Jackie Crockett, and knowing that Crockett Promotions was a relatively small crew overall as a company, and then later on, just talking about the production team. Think about how many classic moments were seen through his lens.
Oh, yeah. And he was the one that was smartest to the business. I mean, it was mostly the same crew. TBS was a different crew and a different setup. They used the TBS personnel there, and a lot of them were regulars also, most of them. But with Crockett's syndicated TV and the TV truck, it was same director, Wayne Daniel, and the same audio guys most times, same camera people. But Jackie was the smartest one of the business and the one that could just bop in and out and talk openly. And, what are you doing? Or, you would go up to him and say, well, we're going to shoot this. And because there were really no production meetings with the actual production crew in those days and the wrestling end, except for, if Dusty knew, shit, they might miss this, he'd tell JJ, go make sure they don't miss this. And otherwise it was a fucking free for all. But Jackie was the one that was most important, but he could get away with shit too. Cause like, if we were in a squash match in some little gym or whatever, Jackie would come up next to me. I'm on the floor managing the midnight, and he'd get next to me with the camera, and he's got the camera on his right shoulder, and he's holding it with his right hand, right? With his left hand, he's fucking either trying to goose me with his thumb in the ribs or pinching me in the ass or whatever to get me to fucking jump. And at one point, this made television. The director took it. He crowded me so much in the corner where I look over my shoulder to the left. He's standing right there. I look over his shoulder. I finally reach in my pocket. I've got like $20 I was going to take to the concession stand and get hot dogs later. And I pull out the $20 and I'm like, here, please leave me alone. And his hand reaches out on camera and takes the money from me and then backs away from me. Because what are they going to do? Fire the boss's brother? Right? He could, but it was just, it broke up the monotony. Doing shit like that. And, but then with the big stuff also, whether it be the Fireball with Ronnie Garvin or those Flair and Steamboat, showdowns or, whatever. He was there from the beginning because he was a member of the family, but he'd worked there from the 70s through that Mid-Atlantic glory years, the expansion, the whole 9 yards, all the way through TBS. And was again just the irascible one. Well,
that is the tribute to the irascible one himself, Jackie Crockett.
Don't make me get my dictionary.
Is it next to the thesaurus and the stegosaurus and whatever else you have over there?
Yes, over next to my stegosaurus, right next to the spelling dictionary, the quotation dictionary, the English handbook, the medical advisor, the world atlas, the business dictionary, medical dictionary, and American Heritage Dictionary, 3rd edition, along with my book of synonyms and antonyms.
All right. You know what I got here? My back shelf, I got a lot of what you have.
What do you got there, big boy?
I have a thesaurus of anecdotes.
Okay, what else?
You
got one fucking book.
On this one shelf here, I have the Bhagavad Gita. I have a couple of books on TM. I have a Confederacy of Dunces. I have The Intelligent Investor. I have Dreyer's English. Everyone should have that.
You got awfully far away from the microphone just to rattle off 5 or 10 books.
I wasn't done. You stopped me from rattling off. I could have rattled off dozens of books.
Well, you know what I got in my hand?
I'm afraid to ask. Don't tell anyone.
The flip book of creative cursing.
Oh, I thought it was
It's a mix and match profanity generator that one of the members of the cult of Cornette sent me.
How does that work?
Well, there's a bunch of words on the left-hand side in flip book fashion, and a bunch of words on the right-hand side in flip book fashion, and you just randomly flip to a place on each, and it will it will tell you what your creative cursing has been generated. For example, I just flipped randomly, and apparently you, sir, are a rectum slime.
That's pretty good.
Or you could also be a crap skank.
That's pretty good too.
A pisswad, a dick chomper, a jizz monkey.
Why do I feel like Jericho may have this book?
A juice waffle. He's trademark. Oh, wait a minute. Trademark Chris Jericho. I don't
Juice
know if I can read
waffle.
anymore.
Juice waffle. That was.
How about a pecker wrangler? Or, well, here just randomly prick wanker. That kind of makes sense.
Prick wanker.
A prick wanker. That's one page away from a prick muncher, I'll have you know.
All right, that sounds painful.
And it goes on from there, you butt biscuit. So,
all right.
It's your program. We got a lot to talk about today. A lot of stuff going on. Let's get to work, Reed. You can be Reed Yaden today.
What is that?
You don't want to be Reed Yaden?
I don't know who is that? Who is Reed Yaden?
Oh, goddamn, everybody all over. Like Travis Heckel right now is goddamn farting himself right off the couch laughing about this. Back in the old days of glorious local radio, the most popular morning DJ in town was the Duke of Louisville, Bill Bailey, on Wacky Radio, AM Radio, WAKY. He did the morning show, and he was the fucking grumpy local DJ that they do movies and sitcoms about. He was an older guy with gray hair, but he had that gravel voice, and let's get to work, Reed. And Reed Yaden was his sidekick who did the traffic and the weather because he was the local TV news helicopter guy back when they needed such a thing. And he'd fly all over the place for the evening news in the helicopter and tell people where the traffic was. Now they got this on the computer. Back then, you needed a helichopper. But his other job was being the second banana to the Duke of Louisville, who would say anything at any time and would never get to work on time. Every morning at 6 o'clock when the show started, they would be announcing, ladies and gentlemen, if you can look in the Interstate 64 or this highway or that street or whatever, can you spot the Duke of Louisville? He's supposed to be on his way. And people would try to, spot him and call in. So I saw him at the corner of 4th and Main. And then he'd get there about 6:30 and Reed would have to do the show. And then Bailey would come in, sit down, act like nothing was wrong, probably hungover, and say, let's get to work, Reed.
All right. Well, with that amazing story.
So people all over Louisville right now have fuzzy feelings in their taint, reliving their childhoods, and you're a hard-hearted son of a bitch, Brian Last.
Well, that may be so, but let's talk about other hard things. Nothing really is hard. Hey, Jim, let's talk about one of the wackiest stories out there, and I'm going to pull up an article while we have our initial laughter session here.
Yes.
The announcement that Miro and CJ Perry, the former Rusev and Lana, that they are in the process of getting divorced. This news broke earlier this week.
Well, and I don't want people to think that I'm hard-hearted Hannah here. I wasn't laughing at the news. I didn't know you were going to lead with that. I wasn't laughing at their divorce or their personal issues or whatever. I was laughing at everything else about this story because God damn it. We talked a couple weeks ago about the TV series. They shoot one season, they end you with a cliffhanger, they get canceled, they never come back, and we never find out, right? We're never going to find out the resolution of Miro's angle with God and his wife. Apparently, when you try to fight God and your wife at the same time, you lose. But
who knows, though? We may see the end of the angle because, the article says that...
What's the end of the angle going to be? That she's disappeared? He fucking threw her off a bridge somewhere? And is that news going to come live from Bulgaria? More on that in a moment. Here's what's happened here. With this whole thing with Miro in AEW, he came in from being the Bulgarian brute in the WWF and Rusev and you know, he's massive, he's a physical beast, he's got the accent and the voice and the look and the aggression, and they bring him in a pink t-shirt and ballet slippers as the best friend of a fucking preliminary guy they picked up in England and his, you know, girlfriend who's also gone away. They've all gone away. And that and they were fighting over video games, and that poisoned him pretty much for a while. Then he went away. Then he came back, and he was this big Bulgarian brute that was kicking the shit out of everybody. He was, well, now here, this may be something. Let's watch this. Yeah, you know, he sounds mean. He looks mean. He's beating people up. We need some more of this. He had started talking about, you know, potentially being upset with his Lord or Savior or, you know,
or woman.
He gave him a bad neck.
Or woman.
God gave him a bad neck. And the woman.
He even brought that up in those promos, right? Like, my hot wife.
Yes.
Like, he was mad at her in those promos.
And then he goes away again. Man, we don't see him for I don't know how the fuck long.
Now, to be fair, hold on. We did hear that he filmed a TV part.
Oh, God.
Remember when he was on TV for like months and months? Like, where is he?
It doesn't take, a TV part doesn't take as long to shoot as if you were starring in Roots, for fuck's sake. A fucking 12-part miniseries. No, he went away. He went away. And then we heard that he didn't like his creative. Well, if this ain't his creative that he was doing before, what the fuck was it? So then he comes back, and this time we get the whole kit and caboodle. We get Miro, who's probably still apparently mad at God, but has moved on now because of his hot and flexible wife. And we've got him coming back beating people up, but we also have the hot and flexible wife has showed up. And hot and flexible wants to be a manager, but she don't want to manage Miro. She wants to manage apparently job guys who will come up and ask her if they can be managed by her. Because that's what happens, and every time that she does manage somebody, they then open a door and go into a room where you hear boom, and Miro beats them up. So the life expectancy on being a client of Hot and Flexibles is not that good, but still these underneath guys for some reason or two. But the point is, so now we got Miro. We got the hot and flexible wife. We got the people the hot and flexible wife is signing up. She doesn't wish Miro any ill, apparently, but she wants him to leave her alone so she can do her own thing. We haven't heard from him as to exactly what the fuck it is he'd like her to do. And then the whole thing ceases to happen again. And now we are hearing that besides the fact that they're splitting up and divorcing, which, hey, Sonny and Cher had a #1 rated television program after the divorce. Not long, but they had it. Of course, they could work together, except that, remember, Brian, just a few weeks ago when Tony Khan booked Meat Madness for one of his broadcasts and put Miro in it, and then had to cancel Meat Madness and change it to Skeletal Silliness with some skinny people to take bumps because of injury to some of the participants. And then Miro tweeted, "Sorry that Tony did not know that I have been injured and getting treatment since January."
Well, no, injured in September.
That was injured in September and got treatment in January. It was a slow developing injury. It was on the verge of buckling and cracking at any point. So he got hurt in September. He got medical treatment in January. But this article says that when they broke up, which apparently was a goddamn while ago, Miro moved back to Bulgaria.
Well, hold on. Let's go to the article here. Let's get the exact quotes. I have an article here from TMZ Sports. There is no writer who has been attached to this.
I'm not surprised.
AEW stars CJ Perry and Miro, relationship over after 7+ years of marriage. That's all in caps and very big and bigger than everything else there. CJ Perry and Miro have called it quits on their marriage 7+ years after tying the knot. And unfortunately for the two wrestling stars, this isn't part of an AEW storyline. TMZ Sports has learned the famous, now former couple, who also play a married couple in the ring, broke up once and for all in the winter of 2023, after years of an on-again, off-again relationship. The couple said their I do's.
So wait a minute. Is this every time they've been off again instead of on again? Is that why they paused the deal? Because they don't know whether they're going to be able to get through with it or not?
But the weird thing is, that's what they did in Angle. Like, remember her and Bobby Lashley were a thing? Well, remember her and Bobby Lashley making out while Miro was on the ground, like in pain in front of them?
No, because that was before we were forced by public demand to watch all this shit.
And I saw that. I saw that. So,
but I guarantee you, I know Bobby Lashley as a person. This was entirely professional, at least on his part.
The couple said their I do's in July 2016, a couple of years after they began dating. We reached out to Perry, formerly known as Lana in WWE, who confirmed the split.
Formerly known as employed in AEW.
Here's a quote. Miro and I have made the difficult decision to separate after many wonderful years together and have decided to move on as friends and hopefully on-screen characters somewhere down the road. As for what went wrong, our sources say there wasn't an explosive fight or cheating. They simply grew apart over the years. She wanted to be hot and flexible. He wanted to play video games. No,
what?
I added that.
Oh, come on.
In fact, we're told Perry and Miro, known as Rusev in WWE, remain friends and still plan to work together in the future. It's likely music to the ears of executives at AEW, where both are employed, as the wrestling stars have portrayed themselves as a married couple going back to the WWE a decade ago through present-day AEW. CJ Perry and Miro, a former AEW TNT and 3-time U.S. champion in WWE, were last photographed out together in public in late 2022.
What?
Either they broke up after that or the photographers left them alone. That was the last time they were photographed in public. And it has been a couple months since they wrestled together on TV. Neither Perry nor Miro have yet filed for divorce. Miro moved back to Bulgaria shortly after the couple called it quits. Or as I call it, I'm injured.
Again, TMZ said all those things. We're just reporting what these people say. I'm not making mockery of their divorce or their personal life. What I'm making mockery of is, when was somebody going to tell Tony Khan? Because now, if
they both still work there. Hey, they both still work there.
But no, if Tony Khan's booking this guy, he books him and then Miro says, I'm injured. Did he also say, I'm injured in fucking Bulgaria? Why would you book a guy from Bulgaria to come and do a cold fucking TV match? What the fuck is going... Again, and where's Tony been sending has he been sending the weekly check to fucking Bulgaria? Where the fuck is Bulgaria?
To be fair, Miro asked if he could get better at home. Tony just didn't know that was going to be in Bulgaria.
Wait, Bulgaria? I mean, is there a Bulgaria, Missouri, or are we talking about the Bulgaria?
The Bulgaria.
Well,
yes.
He's over in the
Eastern Europe, that Bulgaria, yes.
So I got to know, who told Tony, or has anybody told Tony that our man in Bulgaria is back in Bulgaria? This is fucking, well, you're just tossing his name around. Yeah, we're going to put him on the show next week. No, I'm hurt. Oh, when will you be better? Well, I'm in Bulgaria. What?
And by the way, we look forward to working together on screen. How are you going to do that now?
They're going to have to bring him back from Bulgaria. Where the fuck is she from? Is she from Russia? She used to have a Russian accent. Where's she from?
I think actually she is originally either from Russia or from one of the former Russian states, but her family moved to America when she was very young. That actually is a real thing.
Some of them immigrants, huh?
Well, hey, let's not phrase it like that, but she certainly didn't have a real Russian accent, if that was your question.
Oh, well, as soon as Tony could get a goddamn rate from fucking International Northwest Airlines, where he get a good rate from Bulgaria and a good rate from Bratislava, maybe he can bring these two star-crossed lovers back together again and give us a resolution to this angle that we didn't really understand to begin with. Nobody bothered to explain to us on the way out. Apparently nobody bothered to explain to Tony it was on its way out.
It sounds like Miro's taking it well. Where's Miro? He flew back halfway across the world.
And stayed there. And does Tony, remember those spots? You're not old enough, Brian. By the time you were a kid, parents didn't care where their fucking children were. But when I was a kid, every local TV station right before the 11 o'clock news would play the little bumper spot. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? It's kind of a public service, right? And unfortunately, as I said, people quit giving a shit and they stopped doing that.
We still have that on Channel 5 here in New York. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Well, in New York? What do they get, about a 50% positive rate? Maybe? But anyway.
Positive for what?
Positive for people knowing where the fuck their children are. But anyway, I think we ought to have a spot for Tony right before Dynamite comes on Wednesday nights. It's 8 o'clock. Tony, do you know where your wrestlers live? Just see if he's keeping track of them.
Well, we will see if it's been a weird, strange, long road for Miro leaving. That's what it feels like it's been for a few years now, and he's still there. It's just he never does anything. When Collision first started, he was one of the guys. This will be the place where you'll see Miro finally. And that didn't last.
They're trying to create demand. Mystery and aloofness creates demand.
Do you ever think maybe there's a competition amongst the wrestlers who can, through one method or another, make the most per match?
Yes.
In their contract?
Yes, and that's not like because that's another way, even if you can't be the highest paid guy, if they're working the highest paid guy pretty good and you're in the middle, but you never work, you're, coming out on a prorated basis, you're coming out ahead. So I think there's a lot of guys that are probably playing the fucking, board game. And maybe at the end of the year, there's a cash prize they put up in a pool. Who can actually get paid regularly and work the absolute fewest amount of times and nobody even notice? It's a long way from Bulgaria if you want to rock and roll.
I don't know how much he wants to rock and roll, but hopefully we get to see Miro again on TV with a push where he stays around and doesn't leave for a while. He had a good run as TNT champion. That ended.
Do they have a Bulgarian version of Divorce Court or some kind of marriage counseling show?
I don't know. I don't know if they have their own Bulgarian Wapner or anything else, but Jim...
Bulgarian Wapner? It sounds like a dirty Sanchez. It sounds like some kind of goddamn evil practice nickname. I gave him a Bulgarian Wapner. All right, go ahead.
Let's stay on the topic of the ridiculous, and let's go to the review of this week's episode of Dark Side of the Ring. I must admit I enjoyed this for perverse reasons this episode.
Boy.
The story of, I guess, not just Marcus Bagwell or Buff Bagwell, but Buff and the Bagwells, the entire Bagwell clan.
Yeah, and hold on, I'm zipping through my notepad. I've got it. I wanted to make sure I was accurately reporting some of these things. So yes, and we talked to Evan Husney here last week, I guess, or went on the experience where one of these programs, it's probably out by now, about the entire season, and he mentioned that there were some over-the-top stories about. I've obviously met Mark Bagwell in the past. I've never spent any significant time in the same place or, working with him or, whatever to any extent. So, I had no preconceived notion otherwise than what I've heard, that he's over the last 20 years always been in some kind of fucking issue or other. But I had no idea about most of the things that were in this episode, even how he got into business. To be honest, in many cases, I'd never been curious enough to seek this information out. But I've been cognizant of him since, I guess, this was his first spot, because Joe Pedicino, when he was thought he was going to be doing global wrestling with the backing of the Nigerian millionaire, and we've told that story here on the program. I don't want to sidetrack it, but Bagwell had gotten started in Georgia. Pedicino's in Georgia. Now, Pedicino obviously knew Missy Hyatt, and he became the handsome stranger. And this is one of the things I remember asking Pedicino, are you out of your mind? Because the deal was Bagwell, nobody knew who he was because he had just started, but he was a great looking guy. But he was dressed up in like a Lone Ranger mask, and I think he had a jacket and hat that kind of looked like Rudolph Valentino shit. And Pedicino, do you know about the bouquet of roses, Brian?
I mean, I remember the handsome stranger.
Yeah, but he started out, Pedicino had him coming out with a bouquet of roses and walking around the ring and presenting the roses to the fucking some lucky recipient young lady at ringside, who then apparently Pedicino thought would just swoon or whatever. And I mean, think about the crowds that Joe was drawing at that point in the sportatorium. Sometimes he had to look for a grandmother or something. But it was just, I said, what are you? Oh, this kid's going to be, he's going to be great. And, that's how I became cognizant of him. And then, I saw off and on the various transformations in WCW. But I had no idea that his family was as bizarre as they are and were. And, if the people didn't see the episode, his father was apparently a race car driver and a self-made millionaire who owned a lumber company with 250 employees and had a big family living in a big house, and somehow managed to fucking blow it all. And they went broke and lost all their money. Now, I don't know whether it was because basically, Brian, this is probably a more Southern story than it is a Northern story. But this is the classic example of the honey boo boo syndrome. When you get some rednecks from down south that get a lot of money, shit happens. I've seen or been around a number of these, and you see them down here. I don't know if they have this phenomenon up in New Jersey, but the father lost a poker game in his house one time, so he grabs a machine gun, which he just happens to have in his fucking house, and goes out to the lake they live in front of and mows down a herd of fucking geese. Or when Buff and his friends, well, he wasn't Buff then, but Bag Marcus and his friends are going to go out on the town, he comes in and throws them bags of cocaine and said, now don't get in trouble now, boys, have fun. And Bagwell's like, well, at least he knew it was clean stuff. He knew where he got it. What the fuck? And Judy's the one running the lumber yard, and everybody's putting her over as, she's the one everybody was scared of. She ran everything.
Fucking Danny Hodge. Putting her over.
Well, she's Danny Hodge and fucking John Gotti at the same time. Don't cross this lady. What the fuck? She married this fucking guy, the race car driver that fucking lost all his money and used machine guns on geese. And the old pictures, he looks like a normal fat redneck from down south, but as he's sitting there as a talking head, it looks like somebody set his face on fire and put it out with an axe. Did he have some kind of accident / reconstructive fucking surgery, or is it just that he's not aged well? So shockingly, the family finds out that they're in financial trouble and they're going broke. And that begins trouble with Judy and Dad. And Judy then decides she's going to leave one time, and Dad won't let her. And apparently, from what Marcus says, Dad is beating Judy. So Marcus comes out and stops him with a gun, said, I'll shoot you. You wouldn't shoot me. I'm your, well, don't make me. So his father goes, it being the voice of reason in the family, goes and gets the gun that he's hidden on top of the refrigerator. And before he can shoot Marcus, Marcus shoots him. What the fuck? Why are these people telling these fucking stories? This is a television program, not a goddamn therapy session.
You were right. It sounds like a Southern thing to me.
Oh, I'm telling you, this is a Southern family. It is a Southern family. I guarantee you they've got the stars and bars out front. They're voting fucking strictly for Trump. And they're goddamn...
You know what story they didn't tell in here? And I always think about it. There was probably no way to include it because it wouldn't have fit. But one of the first stories I ever heard about Marcus Bagwell was that while living in the same complex as Missy before he was in the business, like Eddie Gilbert showed up in the night or something. Again, Missy's out there. I don't want to say a story that isn't exactly true, but the rumor was Eddie Gilbert showed up either trying to win Missy back or trying to catch Missy with someone, whatever it was. And he encountered a young, not fucked up, really buff Marcus Bagwell. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And that was the first time he met Bagwell before he was even in the business, when Eddie tried to get into Missy's apartment.
I can believe that because we find out that living in the same apartment complex, he meets Missy, who says, well, you ever decide to be a wrestler? And he's already working as a male stripper since his family has now gone broke. And he's married this poor girl named Tanya. They're both like 18 years old, and somehow he convinces Tanya to become the stripper so that he can go to wrestling school. And after he gets his first contract, quote unquote, then he'll take care of her. But now, did you see, is Steve the Brawler Lawler? What did they do there? Because they showed a picture of Steve Kyle from 1972 when he was working as Steve Lawler.
Looked like a Lil Al Vavasseur photo.
Yes, but there was another guy who worked as Steve the Brawler Lawler in Georgia Independence, was it? Or was that Steve Kyle on his way out? Because I thought he was done long before that.
Sammy, he said he was trained by Steve Lawler, not that he was working with Steve Lawler.
Yes, no, he said he was trained by, but my question is, I didn't know Steve Kyle was around the wrestling business in 89 or 90?
91, I would say.
Okay, yeah, where'd he go for fucking, and...
Remember there was another fake Lawler, Gary Lawler?
Well, there was a Gary Lawler, and I think he was from Southern Indiana. But I think there may have even been, somebody help me, down in Georgia, was Steve the Brawler Lawler that trained Marcus Bagwell, Steve Kyle. But anyway, nevertheless, so then Missy gives the videotape of him as the handsome stranger to Jim Barnett, oh, my boy. And again, that was fairly quick. So he spent almost his entire career as a wrestler of any note whatsoever in WCW, start to finish, which is unusual for almost anybody, right? But you know, tag teaming with Too Cold Scorpio and then Scotty Riggs, the American males, they one cheesy gimmick after another, but I guess he was so good looking, they figured, well, he's got to do something sometime. But of course, when he becomes a star, he cheats on Tanya and broke up with her because she couldn't forgive him for it. And what about the calf implant store? Oh, that's another thing. Slick Johnson.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention.
He stole the show in this thing.
Well, yes, he's hilarious. He is a hilarious motherfucker. He was friends with Jeff Jarrett and was refereeing for TNA when I first got there. And yes, he's a hilarious fucking guy and not afraid to tell a fucking story apparently that may cast people in a negative light, but goddamn, when Bagwell got calf implants because his calves wouldn't get big enough and his body rejected them, he nearly died. He needed to have them taken out and need to be carried to the toilet on Slick's back for 2 weeks because he couldn't fucking walk.
You know what? That's not even the most ridiculous moment with him. I questioned, I think, last review, what are they going to do? A reenactment of someone stubbing their toe? They've taken it to a whole new level. The story from Slick Johnson and then the reenactment of Judy Bagwell shaving Marcus Bagwell's balls.
Yes, that I thought was one of the finer reenactments because you felt like you were right there. Apparently, Slick Johnson comes in one day, and because when Bagwell actually finally gets a fucking contract where he's making some legitimate amount of money out of WCW, he hires his whole redneck dysfunctional fucking family and pays them salaries to go to the laundry for him or do the shopping or whatever, and includes Slick walks in and there's Bagwell bent over buck naked and Judy, his mother, is shaving his balls. And they're just, hi, hey Slick, how you doing?
I couldn't even imagine asking, Ma, excuse me, if you don't mind, if you're not doing anything.
You know, my shoulder's bad. I can't reach back. I thought it was bad when fucking, what is Fat Mama's name on Honey Boo Boo, when she took her shoe off and showed everybody she had fucking gnats flying under the pus in her infected toenail.
Oh.
This is yeah, but I'm telling you, rednecks.
It's a Southern thing. It's a Southern thing.
The Southern thing. So, and by the way, Eric Bischoff, Marcus Alexander Bagwell, Scotty Riggs. It looked like John Davidson and fucking George Michael had babies back in the day. All the hair, all the tan, all the smiles, all the buff. They look like shit now. I would like to register again that I'm in the best shape of my life and I weigh 187 pounds. And I have not had to resort to shaving my head. I got all of my teeth, and the ones that show are still here.
Well, for the record, I think Scotty Riggs had a rough time, he said in the thing. He's had a rough
Well,
go.
he's all right now, but last week he's in rough shape. I don't care. I'm just saying, God damn it. God damn it, I'm gonna live till every single one of these good-looking, handsome, sexy motherfuckers rots away and fucking looks like they got leprosy. And I'm gonna look the same as I always have. And when you look the same as you always have, you start out looking like shit, and it improves from there because you've lowered expectations.
You really think Bischoff looks that awful? He just looks like Bischoff, like an older Bischoff.
Well, he shaved his fucking head because he's all gray.
Well, he's always embraced the gray. Maybe
he looks a little paunchy.
Well, he likes the wine. Maybe he's been drinking some wine.
Embrace the gray, but you embrace it when you have it. Well, I've still got quite a bit of color. It's salt and peppery. Pepper may be a little weaker than it once was.
And again, let me just point out, Scotty Riggs, I think I saw him maybe work for Smoky Mountain Wrestling when I was down there. But he had a rough go. Not fair to.
Well, he was.
I don't know if he had teeth in this interview.
Well, I'm not sure, but he was coming up with Jake the Snake at that point. Remember, Scotty was Jake's assistant when he got the $25,000 in cash in Mexico for shaving his head, and Scotty strapped it to his body and locked himself in their rental car until Jake got shaved, and then they drove to the airport where they could sit there all night in front of witnesses so nobody could fucking jump them. Anyway, so finally Bagwell joins the NWO after he's married his second wife, Erica, and his third wife, Judy, before he's 30 years old. He joins the NWO, and now the quote from Bagwell is, "I have made it." And, that's when his mother opens a corporation for him, and Mark hires the whole family. And he acts in some cheap movies, and, he thinks it's going to be great. And then I knew he had a neck injury. I never saw the footage until, as far as I remember, until this. And now you see This was the same kind of injury that Tommy Young had, only instead of hitting head first against somebody's back, he hit head first against the ring rope. But same principle, it jammed his neck backwards when Steiner went over the top of him on the Bulldog, and he went out down and headbutted him. And again, what was he off for, like a year? And he had surgery and plates put in his neck and blah, blah, blah. How many times a week on television now do we see guys taking way more fucking brutal bumps than that, and somehow by miraculous divine intervention they get up and continue on, and it's only a matter of time?
It's only a matter of time. That's the sad thing.
Because to play that in slow motion, it was like, if you know what that can do to someone, then you would say, oh shit. But otherwise, for a wrestling bump, that was meh. And anyway, so he's off for a year, and then somehow that's what they got Judy involved on TV. She's pushing his wheelchair and blah, blah, blah. And even Bischoff says, well, we probably went to the well too often with Judy Bagwell, but my God. Do they forget? They acted like it was a good deal at first. Do they forget that everybody was laughing at him from the first moment that she appeared on screen, and it was part of the days of Shitstain, who was not mentioned in this, obviously. He's not pertinent to anything, but it was part of what the people were mocking WCW for. They glossed over that part.
You know, they try to justify, I say they, sometimes people try to justify things that were really bad in the past by pretending they were good.
Well, I guess they're making the Bagwell family look bad enough in this show anyway. We don't need to tell the truth about all of that.
Judy Bagwell on a pole?
Yeah. But anyway, and I had... How much of the detail had you heard before about Marcus Bagwell and Shane Helms getting in an argument / fight / felonious assault? Pick your version of the story that was told here by Bagwell himself.
You know, I must admit, partially because in general, I kind of don't care about some of these people. I never really heard too much about the story. I'd heard that he had worked at First Raw and was fired, but I heard it was for, you know, him kind of being himself. At least that's the way it was put to me. And then his mom called Jim Ross and all that. They didn't even mention that, I don't think, in this.
Well, him being himself, what I had heard was that people were not thrilled with his attitude. He was being himself, and then they had the match that night with he and Booker T. And you know, I didn't have details otherwise. Now, I've never asked Shane Helms because his name wasn't mentioned to me as being a part of it, but I think that what probably part of him being himself and they didn't like his attitude was I believe he got in an argument with Shane Helms, Hurricane Helms, our friend Hurricane, earlier in the day before television. He talked about they were at a workout session. I guess that's what he's referring to, getting to TV early and running through shit, right? That's because you're dealing with Bagwell, who only worked in one company before he began his downward descent into drugs and madness. So therefore, as we'll find out in a few minutes, he's actually never been smartened up to the actual business. We'll find that out in a second. But see, I never knew all this shit. His story is that they were at a workout session, training session, or however he termed it. I forgot to write down the exact words. And Shane Helms was a smartass to him, said something about, oh, Bagwell's got to show up on time now, because Helms had worked in WCW with Bagwell. And Bagwell was it had already been mentioned that when he came back from his neck injury, he had, quote unquote, turned to drugs, or possibly turned more to drugs. And so I can believe that Shane Helms said, because now Bagwell's in a whole new atmosphere. He's got to actually show up on time instead of being fucked up or whatever. And I can believe that they had an argument if Bagwell had a bad attitude. What I don't know that I believe is Bagwell's story that he said, well, I gave him what my daddy taught me called the Bagwell slap. It's just to express dominance, where he says he slapped Shane Helms, who in the reenactment of this went down. All right. And then
the famous Bagwell slap.
The famous Bagwell slap enraged Hurricane Helms so badly, according to Marcus Bagwell, that Bagwell says that as he turned around to walk away victorious with this one slap knockout, Shane Helms, and they show this in the reenactment, goes under his shirt in the corner of the ring and gets a water bottle. Brian, I swear to God, water bottles have still been plastic since 2001, right? They were still plastic in 2001, were they not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and also they're in a ring working shit out, but this water bottle was frozen. It was a solid block of ice. Because Bagwell says that Shane came from behind out of nowhere with a frozen ice bottle. That was the quote. And hit him over the head. And the reenactment, that shit was breaking everywhere. And then Bagwell says, I didn't tell anybody. You didn't tell anybody that somebody clocked you over the head with a fucking bottle in the middle of the ring in a goddamn arena before a TV taping?
And left blood everywhere, and there was no one else there. You guys were working out in the ring.
And he said, I looked down, I saw all this blood that nobody else saw, and you were completely alone in this fucking arena. And wasn't it Spokane, Washington? It was either Seattle or Spokane that this match happened. So he says, I didn't tell anybody. I didn't put it over. I went to my own doctor. Marcus Bagwell has a goddamn doctor in Spokane, Washington.
In the middle of the day, in between workout and TV.
In the middle of the day, Chief Strongbow, I'm going to fucking run out for a little while to get 25 staples put in my head. I'll be right back. He says he put 25 staples in his head, and what he did was he colored it with a Sharpie so you couldn't see the staples. And he wrestled Booker T that night. That was a quote from Bagwell. And I had a match that night with Booker T. And then said everybody started knocking their match. Like, it was so what if it was a bad match? And then they have a clip of the fans, this match sucks. This match sucks. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the historian here and I'm just the small town bird lawyer. But was the conventional wisdom that was pretty much the story and accepted by everybody, not disputed by really anybody that I remember, of any major consequence, that they were going to do some kind of WCW, WWE, or F at the time, if it was, fucking deal, because Vince had bought the thing, but they put Booker T and Buff Bagwell out in somewhere in Washington State, where WCW was not exactly a ratings powerhouse at that point. And Bagwell was just being Bagwell and possibly fucked up, because he did that by his own admission in those days, or possibly he just wasn't very fucking good. And they had a shitty match, because that's the thing. Bagwell got by with being Bagwell in WCW. It's kind of like Mark Marrow, Johnny B. Bad. And everybody knocked it because it sucked, and Vince got mad and said, fuck it, and cut the whole deal off. Is that not the way that it happened?
The way that I remember it was the fans shit all over the match in the building. The match wasn't specifically great. It did hurt at the fact that this is happening and none of the big stars from WCW, not to take away anything from Booker T and even Bagwell. They were stars there. Booker T had been elevated, but it wasn't Goldberg, Flair, the NWO, or Luger, or any of those guys, Sting.
Booker T was not then who Booker T would become later, and Bagwell was pretty much who Bagwell would always be from then on.
And the story always was that Vince McMahon saw the reaction live in the room that night, where those fans shit all over this match and said, forget it, we're not doing anything, we're WCW. We're not going to do the invasion the right way, basically.
And to be fair to these guys, if they had it in Atlanta, the people would have been more forgiving. If they had it in North Carolina, or they had it in some WCW stronghold, potentially Chicago might have been neutral, but it wouldn't have stunk. but it still wouldn't have torn the building down even if they had it in the Tokyo Dome. But that's the way Vince is. He painted, them those fucking guys with the whole, and ignored the facts that he was in a place that didn't know them. And this was not the upper echelon of the WCW roster. And it was just not the proper presentation because he wanted it to be a self-fulfilling prophecy because he didn't really want to put those guys over. And the one,
and he had Kevin Dunn also in his ear saying, "See, look at how they all react."
Yeah, see, and nobody knows these guys, and they're not capable of doing what your guys do, Vince. Here, let me put my elbow in your lap and get a little blood in your peenie when I say that. So, but that's what happened, and at that point they called him up. But I believe, once again, he had an attitude problem. He and Helms may have gotten an argument. I have a feeling that if he had actually just hauled off and slapped Shane Helms, that we would have heard about a fist fight. That one would think, unless there was a gag order that rivals Who Killed Kennedy for once in a wrestling arena while shit was going on before a taping. But anyway, Bagwell was astonished. I got fired over a bad match. What the fuck? It was a bad attitude. He was catered to in WCW, especially the few years previous. And WWF didn't, as we talked about with many guys, not just him, they didn't give a shit. He was in deep talent water already, and he didn't stand out. But the Bagwell's quote here was, "I was going to be one of the biggest names in pro wrestling ever." That's the problem. He legitimately believed that. And you can't come into the biggest company in the world with the attitude that you are a huge star unless you've been a huge star. And he wasn't even a huge star in the second biggest company. He was one of the guys in the group, and he couldn't hang at that point in the ring with the WWF upper echelon. Middle of the card, that might have been great, but he had a bad attitude. So he's been in the one big promotion for his entire career, and he made contract money for even $100,000 a year was what they started in the early 90s. But I'm sure he was making to hire Judy and Dad and the whole hee-haw gang. We know what the guys were making in WCW the last few years, the NWO, whatever. But now he's 31 years old. And immediately he turns to drugs because he's out of work and depressed and broke. Apparently because he's not saved any money because he had 3 fucking wives. He had a career where for probably 9 out of the first 10 years of his career, he had guaranteed money making in the 6 figures from low to middle and who knows what. And suddenly, instead of just saying, "I'll go to Hawaii and fucking relax for 6 months," he's desperate and turns to fucking drugs and wrestles indies for the next 10 years before finally having the withdrawal seizure at the wheel of his car where he crashes his car and nearly kills himself. But after he recovers, he has no money, so he takes $25,000 to appear on Gigolo's TV show where he says he was only going in as a coach and didn't tell his third wife, who they all love him. All of his ex-wives apparently, yeah, we love him. He just got, what a fuck up. I mean, what the fuck? He goes in thinking he's going to be a coach to the other gigolos, and then he finds out that it was almost soft porn. But he was so upset about it, Brian.
It was almost soft porn, but with insertion.
Well, but then he claims to his ex-wife that he couldn't insert because he was, nervous about the whole thing. But the producer after told him, "Oh, you're not supposed to really fuck him." And but he was so upset about it, he took up that line of work and began working for Cowboys for Angels as the male escort. But in a shocking turn of events, his first client falls in love with him. So he started to spend 1 week there and then the next week home with his wife. And then he leaves his wife for the client, some fucking old lady, who knows what. They didn't reenact that. Uh, and his ex is saying, yeah, he just, and he's
That's
saying,
Mark. That's Mark.
That's Mark. And he said, well, my wife got a job where she was never home. So he went into the arms of this fucking middle-aged, lonely hooer paying him to fuck her. What the fuck is going on here? So then, but then they said, well, ask the ex-wife number 3 said, is he still with this? Well, oh no, that didn't last. So he ran off this wife that still, for some reason, likes this fucking loser piece of shit that he's been apparently his whole life. I never knew any of this shit. And some reason she still likes him, but he dumped her for some fucking middle-aged woman that was paying him to. So then they showed home security camera footage, and this was legitimate. This was not a reenactment. I'm not putting that in quotation marks. Home security camera footage of Bagwell in his tiny, cluttered living room somewhere at some point in the 2010s. And I have a question. It looks like he's living in a trailer, but yet he's got a security camera, but it's pointed inside his house. What the fuck? Is he keeping an eye on himself? But it shows him stand up out of his chair, walk into a wall, bang his head, fall back into the recliner, and the recliner turn over backwards with him.
Cut and scene.
I don't think he's that good a goddamn actor to have staged that.
Yeah, it is weird, the fact they had the security camera pointed into the living room.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe
it was like Mr. Leahy on Trailer Park Boys.
Is it somebody? I wish I got that, but
me too.
Is it somehow the family wanted to keep an eye on him to make sure that he was still breathing or something? One of these times, I don't know. So they go through the montage of he has car wrecks and arrests and fucking all of the. We've talked about it. I think he was one of the ones that was doing cameos at first when he was all fucked up and so whatever. And unfortunately, his mother gets sick and passes away. And then apparently they said his niece took him in but made him clean up, on the theory that she would take him in. So I guess was he living with his mother at that point and couldn't take care of himself, but she makes him clean up and he goes to visit Diamond Dallas Page and reunites with Scotty Riggs, who was apparently sleeping in his car. What is it about Bagwell's goddamn social circle? He shoots his father. His parents lose all their fucking money. His ex-tag team partner is sleeping in his fucking car. So they're all at Dallas. Dallas Page must have the patience of a saint. The amount of
free publicity.
What? But let me ask you a question, Brian. As one grown adult, and I ask everybody out there in the cult of Cornette, as one grown adult to many, how much money could it possibly be worth to take in over and over drunken, drug-addicted fucking pains in the ass and attempt to reform them? How far does human compassion go? If you've got that much, get in the goddamn line of work of helping sick and crippled children. Is crippled a bad word these days? Handicapped, handicapable, whatever you're supposed to say. Help small children, maybe homeless animals, but drunken fucking pillheads that have fucked their own lives up on numerous occasions despite what everybody else has asked them to do. How many can he take in? I would have cut my fucking throat after 3 days of the first one. I'm just being honest. Is anybody going to goddamn be mad at me for being honest? Who out there among you would take these motherfuckers into your homes without counting the silverware and still have a life worth living? What the fuck?
As you said, he's obviously a very patient man.
Patient man. So everybody puts Marcus over as a person, and that was the end of that show. But gee, Christ on a cracker. What is wrong with these people? Why would any of the people that sat down, and I can understand Slick Johnson or, the people telling the stories about, but why would anybody in this family or that sat down to tell these things admit to these things? Even the ex-wives who were like, yeah, I still care about him. He fucked you around in ridiculous ways. He was a prick and an idiot and a fucking egomaniac and a goddamn drug addict and a drunk and a cheater and a male whore. But we love him.
So I guess the point is, if you're a single man, go move there.
Go move there. And he blew numerous opportunities and numerous things, which apparently is a pattern of his family, who blew numerous opportunities. This fucking redneck old caved-in faced father was a self-made multimillionaire that had a lumber yard that employed 250 people. And they end up broke on a fucking street somewhere.
Well, it wasn't 250 million people.
I said 250 people.
Oh, I heard 250.
Did I say 250 million?
250 million.
A self-made millionaire that employed 250 million people. Well, a million was on my mind.
All right, well, that was the Buff Bagwell story. Quite enjoyable.
Christ, thanks, Missy, for getting this fucking guy into business. And he even said he was surprised that he didn't kill somebody numerous times when he was in the process of running his car into various shit and almost killing himself. So Missy did us all a favor.
Once again, the question that we asked last time, is this really the dark side of the ring, or is this just Wednesday in Georgia?
I think this is, I can't say it's unheard of in Georgia, but it's definitely in the upper percentile when you take in everything as a whole.
All right, well, maybe Judy Bagwell will shave that hole for you.
I was about to say, apparently a lot of things have been taken in these holes in this program.
Well, Jim, perhaps someone watched this episode of Dark Side and they said, ew, and they wanted to call someone up and spread the disgust. You probably need a good phone plan.
You probably need a good plan for a good segue. I'll tell you, if you want to get on the telephone and call somebody about one of the new nominees to the Hall of Fame or anything like that, you can't get on your telephone and call somebody unless you got a phone plan that you can rely on and that you can afford. Brian, I think those are two things that we can all agree on. You got to be able to rely on something. You got to be able to afford it. Well, Mint Mobile has got both. Not only have they got the nation's largest 5G network, there are 5,000 of these networks, and they've got the biggest, $5,000, right? 5G. The big
well,
five.
It's not grand, it's 5 gigs, I guess.
Well, I'm not too grand then. But they got the nation's largest one. It's the biggest one. It is a big blue vein throbber of a 5G network. And folks,
sounds great.
That makes it, well, exactly. That makes it come with unlimited talk and text and high-speed data. Now, I know you talk on a phone. I know you text on a phone. I'm not sure what kind of data the phone needs. Maybe some way to get you out of jail or crucial information you might need to exist in your daily life. But Mint Mobile's going to give it to you for $15 a month because they're cheap that way. And here's why. Here's exactly how they do it. They let all these other big companies build all these big towers and charge all these big amounts of money for these same phone plan. And then the people at Mint Mobile, they take a big old spool of coax cable and they run it from one of these big towers to the other, but down low where nobody notices it.
That's not what
and that's what your phone calls are running through. And
no, that is not what your phone calls are running through. They do not use coaxial cable like it's 1986 to steal. They're not stealing anything. They do not use any cables.
Well, now you're changing your story.
I'm not changing my story. I'm modifying my story as we're going.
If they don't use the coax to steal the service, then what do they use to steal the service?
This is not that story. This is the revised edition. What I'm saying is that they use the signals in the air, and they hop on those signals. And either way, you don't have to worry about any of this. You have to worry about the wonderful price that you're not going to have to worry about. You're just going to have to pay to get this wonderful service. What's so confusing about that?
Well, apparently you seem to be all turned around about it, but I'll tell you what, while you're hopping on these signals in the air, piggybacking on them, don't be dragging your feet because they're going to be going from place to place that quick because Mint Mobile gives you the best rate whether you're buying for one or a family. And at Mint Mobile, families start at 2 lines, so apparently you can immaculately conceive. Just you, and then you can have a baby, and there's 2 lines. The family, so be aware if you get Mint Mobile, you may spontaneously impregnate yourself.
You won't do that. You won't do that. However, that's a funny thing to think about. However,
well, you can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and help and then you can keep your same phone number along with all of your existing contacts, whoever they may be, your drug dealers, your enforcers, your muscle men, the collectors that go out and, do your bidding, whoever your existing contacts are and whatever kind of codes you've got for them, you can keep all of that. And you can choose from 3-month plans, 6-month plans, or 12-month plans and say goodbye to your monthly phone bill and say hello to a bill every 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, which apparently would be what then would be happening. But nevertheless, you can get, did I mention $15 a month, Brian? And you can get the plan shipped to your door for free. They got a guy named Ethel. You know why they call him? Well, you know why they call him Ethel?
I do not know. No.
I don't either, because I meant to say a girl named Ethel. They got a girl named Ethel that sits there and writes this plan out every time you order. That's how they keep the cost down. She writes out the plan every time you order. She puts a stamp on it and sends it right out to you, and it's free.
That's not how it works, but
it's sort of a Don LaPrey deal.
It's not in any way like a Don LaPrey deal. Let's stress that.
Well, you can, again, $15 a month. You got to expect some, changes from a normal operation here. But if you go to mintmobile.com/JCE right now, then you can start up and sign up and start up at $15 a month. That's right. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions may apply depending on where it is you live and what kind of people are running your state. But nevertheless, once again, mintmobile.com/JCE, a wireless plan with unlimited talk and text and high-speed data on the nation's largest blue vein throbbing network, all for only $15 a month. It's amazing. It's incredible. I don't even think anybody can talk that much to get their money's worth out of this, for heaven's sake. The unlimited part, you got to talk all day and all night, talk all day, talk a little longer.
Sounds like a wonderful challenge the listener should take up. $15 a month. See how much talking you can do with Mint Mobile. What's that promo code, Jim?
/JCE.
Well, Jim, let's brighten things up and move on from the dark side to, I have a story here from the real news, from not that the Bagwell family news isn't real news, but the real news, something from a real newspaper, something happening in the real world.
Yes, what would that real thing be?
I have a headline here. Polio Paul Alexander, who spent 72 years inside iron lung, dead at 78, and it is believed that he is the last known person, I guess not believed, he is the last known person living in an iron lung, and we always reference it, you talk about it with Chief Jay Strongbow, and here it is, the last known user, living
of such a thing.
Yeah, the last person living inside an iron lung. This will never be used again, more than likely. What do you think?
Well, the irony of the whole thing, that the last guy to be put in an iron lung outlived Chief Jay Strongbow. That's the irony of the whole thing. And for those of you who do not know what the fuck we're talking about, but a bunch of people tweeted me about this also and had the picture of the guy smiling there in his iron lung. Whenever Jay Strongbow would criticize a bad match or the match sucked or whatever, they say, he could have held that match in an iron lung. And one time we were having a meeting and Strongbow wasn't even there. But it was like somebody, maybe it was Bruce or just anybody mocking him, said, they could have held that match in an iron lung. And Vince turned around and said, what the fuck does that even mean? And nobody ever knew, really, but he was famous for it. And if you've got the article in front of you, they don't use these things anymore. They were for people with some difficulty breathing, they would slide you in this thing, and literally you had to stay in it because it breathed for you. Or what is the past tense of breathe? Breathed for you, breathed for you. So you had to lay in this fucking thing, and now they quit using them. Obviously, this is the last guy. But did this guy have an option of getting out of this fucking thing? What do they have now? A travel pack or an implant, or how do they do it now instead of the iron lung?
I don't believe there was any option for him. He had to live in there. There was no option for him at this stage of his life. And
well, how'd they get everybody else out of one?
They died.
Oh, well, I guess that'll do it.
Polio Paul Alexander. I hate the fact they give him the name Polio Paul. That just seems
Paul. Okay, well, apparently polio would play a part in this somehow.
He contracted polio in 1952 when he was 6 years old and living with his family in suburban Dallas. Here's a quote. "I lost everything. The ability to move. My legs would not hold me up. And then I couldn't breathe." He was rushed to the hospital and placed in an iron lung in which he would remain for the rest of his life.
Wow.
An airtight capsule that sucks oxygen through negative pressure, allowing the lungs to expand and the patient to breathe. Wow.
Laying on his back.
Yeah.
Inside a metal apparatus for 72 years.
The ventilators, which were invented in the 20s, lined hospital wards amid polio outbreaks that plagued the U.S. until the second half of the last century. In 1959, 1,200 Americans relied on an iron lung to stay alive. But the machines gradually became less common after widespread distribution of the polio vaccine. In 1979, the U.S. was declared polio-free, and by 2014, there were only 10 Americans left using an iron lung. So there's a little bit of the background for you.
Well, how long is it going to be before it comes back with all these anti-vaccine nuts that don't... Measles is back in Florida. If a disease can grow, it's got plenty of places to do it down there. How long is it going to be before we have to put up with polio because all these fucking crackpots don't want to give their fucking kids shots?
Well, we shall find out. That was the, I guess I shouldn't have prefaced it by being happy news, but...
Our best to polio Paul, though, on getting out of that fucking machine. You think for the last 20 years he's been like, shoot me?
No, he's living in his own way a very fruitful life. He writes books, apparently, or he wrote books. He got a legal degree of some sort.
What?
He worked hard. He enjoyed his life. If he was younger, I'm sure he would have embraced video games. Would have had that going for him.
What does he do to operate the video game?
He has a stick. They said here, hold on, let's see.
Or what would he have done to operate the video game, I should say? Or what does he do to operate anything?
He graduated with a Juris Doctor from the University of Texas at Austin Law School in 1984. He subsequently went on to open his own law practice.
What?
He spent decades working in the legal field and was eventually able to leave the iron lung for minutes at a time.
Minutes!
After learning how to frog breathe.
I don't even know if I want to ask, but is there additional details to frog breathing?
There's nothing here. I don't know what frog breathing.
How do you open a law practice when you can't leave your machine except for minutes at a time eventually?
Well, here we go. In 2020, he published his memoir, 3 Minutes for a Dog, My Life in an Iron Lung.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Which...
Well, he's smart. You got to buy the book, apparently.
Which took 5 years to complete, given that he wrote the manuscript while confined to the cumbersome contraption. And it has here like a little stick that he would put in his mouth and has a pen attached to the end of it by rubber bands.
Oh, come on!
By rubber bands, too. And he would use that to write. And next to it's a little cup with a straw, so he would use that, the straw, the bendy one at the top, to drink.
And well, you got to admire the perseverance.
Exactly. There's always something to live for. That's the point.
So you can write your memoirs with a fucking stick stuck in your fucking yap.
Well, Jim, there's more stuff to, by the way, what an awful way to end the tribute to Polio Paul, but.
Well, it's it. They shouldn't have given him a nickname like Polio Paul. That just sends the whole thing into farce and satire.
Speaking of farce and satire, we'll get to more of that with your reviews shortly. But some surprising news broke over the last few days. I have to get your thoughts on it.
Please do.
Thunderbolt Patterson being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. There's the speech we need.
If I only had time. Cause I'm full. You understand? I'm full. I'm full up to here. I don't know how to begin this. Because how do you begin this? He never worked a day for Vince McMahon or Vince McMahon Sr. or the WWF. He, on a nationwide basis, was not, I don't think, ever in the top pecking order of, global stars, the Funks, the Briscoes, the whatever. This is, you can't really say it any other way than they're putting him in because he's black and they need to fill that quota. And somebody had this idea. Isn't that just being honest?
That is what I think a cynic would see or say. Others would
Apparently I am.
Others would say WWE is honoring a trailblazing wrestler who was super over everywhere he went. And of course, his battles with management opened the doors to wrestlers becoming multimillionaires.
I'm sorry?
And equality all throughout wrestling.
What? I'm sorry. I was going to raise a flag and put an asterisk next to over everywhere he was or everywhere he went. But then you got into that. Thunderbolt Patterson, for a period of time, was incredibly over in the places that he went because he really only went to the places that he was going to get over. And you cannot deny his appeal to the people in Georgia. He had big runs in the Carolinas in the, late 60s, early 70s, I'm pretty sure it was. The Sheik used him very well, and he was on top in Detroit for a period of time. And the key was all those territories, all those areas had heavy African-American populations. Thunderbolt Patterson could talk, especially to his audience. He could talk them in the building because he seemed real with his attitude and the way that he, especially in the early years, toward the end, I think it almost became a caricature where he was relying on the stuff too much. If I only had time. There was a time where he could be incisive in his way with a promo. In the ring, I didn't see him personally until the late 70s. But from everybody that ever worked with him that I've talked to, or the impression amongst the boys it was kind of like Jimmy Valiant, handsome Jimmy Valiant in the 1970s was a dynamic heel, and he took big bumps and backdrops and slingshots in, and he was a wow, boom, boom, boom. But by the 80s, in his 40s, if you had the Boogie Woogie Man match, then you could have a match with Jimmy because he had talked himself incredibly over. But if you didn't have the Boogie Woogie Man match, it was brutal. And if you didn't have the Thunderbolt Patterson match, it was brutal. Because his shit didn't look that fucking good. He had to be over to get away with it. You see what I'm saying? Like the old Steve Austin stomping the mud hole in the guy in the corner. And when he came to Tennessee, it didn't translate because, he just spent a brief period of time here. But then I think it was 1978, 79. He hadn't had the weeks and weeks and weeks of a concerted push in his prime, which was late 60s through mid 70s. And it didn't work in a few places. But the places that it worked, he stayed in, specifically Georgia, where he lived. And then the dressing room scuttlebutt, as they said in those days, was that he got mad whenever they would say Thunderbolt, whenever they'd give him his notice or didn't have anything else for him in Georgia anymore, he'd get mad and either try to run opposition or sue. It wasn't like...
I don't think it was just when he was given notice. I don't know about that.
Well, not when he was given notice or when they just weren't using him, because how long, right? It was time to do something else. But that's what he would either sue or run opposition, because he did both at various points.
Well, actually, and I have a lot of the paperwork and the flyers and everything, him and Jim Wilson would together do stuff in Georgia as opposition. And at least once before the show actually ran, after building it up, even on TV, they hired Thunderbolt back. So Jim Wilson lost Thunderbolt for the show.
Yes.
Thunderbolt was back working for Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Well, and see, that lost Thunderbolt a lot of credibility also, because aligning himself with Jim Wilson. Because even if you want to believe the reason why the Thunderbolt Patterson was never made world champion or paid on the level of the traveling, national all-stars, is because he was black, which was his story, and he was sticking to it for quite some time. Jim Wilson's story was completely preposterous, that he would have been the NWA world champion if he had succumbed to Jim Barnett's advances. People had seen Jim Wilson. Jim Wilson couldn't work and couldn't talk him in the building. And they made him a wrestler in Georgia, as we've talked about, because he'd been a football player there and had a name there. But he wasn't ready to go anywhere else, and he wasn't even ready to be in Georgia. But his ridiculous claim made, because Thunderbolt aligned with it, and then I've got some of the flyers also. What was it? Thunderbolt's group he was going to run was the IWL, International Wrestling League. Was that it?
I think so, yeah.
What he did was he knew that he believed he could still draw, and this was 81, 82-ish. He believed he could still draw his audience in Georgia. But the times had changed. The fans had moved on to all the new stars. And at the same time, the city auditorium was closed. It was gone. So he didn't really have his fan base in place. And they put up a stink and actually got a date at the Omni. And I've got the flyer where they were talking about, I can't remember the names, but you can meet such and such a local civil rights leader, right? And he hired booked every black wrestler that he could find, whether they'd been in the territory or not. A lot of them lived around there, whatever. And thinking he was going to get his fan base back. Well, the fan base that had loved Thunderbolt had been 10 years previous, and the city auditorium, and they were gone. And anybody that wanted to meet the civil rights leaders in person probably didn't want to go to a wrestling match, right? And they're running a 16,000 seat building, and I don't know if it actually came off. If it did, I'm sure it died from the lineup and the fact that they had no television or anything else.
Let me jump in as you're ripping Thunderbolt apart.
Yes.
Fantastic interview in the sense that whatever he said or didn't say, or the way he moved, influenced others, but also connected in a weird way, or connected
yes.
with people. Because you watch those interviews, they're like favorites amongst people who used to trade tapes, because they didn't really go anywhere. It was an amazing way to display your charisma, but never actually say anything.
Yes.
Ever, but you remember that the person was talking.
But that's the thing, is he did more talking early on until he got over, but those are the things that people got a kick out of, and he began doing a lot more of that and less of the coherent shit in between is what. But he was massively over, and he was a big draw. And did he have a big impact on the Southern Territories? I think he had a couple runs in Florida too. I'm pretty sure he did. He might have gone to Texas.
Yes, he did. He was actually in Texas. He had a good run there in the early 70s, maybe 71, 72.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When he had a great body, and and also the weird way of working that when he was younger and he could put everything into it. But I saw him, like I said, in the declining years, and he had trailed off, and most of the time, Ole liked him and would book him more often than not, and then he'd get mad at Ole, and then try to run opposition or sue again. So really his run as a top main event guy in the wrestling business was probably curtailed earlier than it would have been, just by the fact that he either ran opposition or sued and got, and people didn't want to fucking deal with that. So
especially if he didn't want to leave Georgia, if that's where he wanted to stay and work.
And he didn't want to leave Georgia. He again, a lot of the guys, it came off to them. I didn't fucking spend hardly any time around him, but it came off to a lot of the guys like he wanted Georgia wrestling to be booked around him, and he'll just be the guy. And the time had passed, but by 85, with Ole, that was pretty much his last run, right?
Timeline-wise, because he was still there when Crockett got the time slot, because that's when they finished up the thing with the Anderson brothers and Thunderbolt where Ole turned on him. Were you there? Did you guys overlap at all?
I think we...
At that time, not in 1990, but then.
No, I think we... Oh, I forgot about Ole. Brought him back in 1990 for a minute, didn't he?
He was a manager. That was the famous...
That's right.
I'll see if I can pull up the promo. Hold on.
Okay, but I'll answer your other question. Yes, I think he was still at some of the shows, when we were coming in as he was going out, I believe, if I remember. But then again, I'd forgotten about the thing in 1990, where Ole booked him to come in. Because once again, he had the reputation of being able to talk. But that was predicated on that he had, as a young man, and when he had a push, was on weekly television, being able to do his shit week after week and be in the ring and so when you bring him back to an audience that had never seen him, and at that point he's trying to talk, it didn't translate, if that makes any sense.
Well, let's go to this, and there's actually another one here I'm tempted to click. It says the best of Thunderbolt Patterson promos. I'm dying to see what that is, but here is a video on YouTube. It's Thunderbolt Patterson makes threats, I think. But here's from 1990 talking about Ole Anderson. You tell me what you think.
Championship Wrestling gave me the opportunity again to keep my eyeballs on you, Ole. You have ruined folks' lives. Not talking about how you dealt with mine in the past, but in the recently. You have been getting on everybody's case. So this Sunday, if you move, I am going, if you move, this Sunday, it's time that, ooh, I'm so full, I'm full up to here. Same old. But they say it's gonna be a change. There will be a change. History has already been made. Call somebody. Call somebody. Only if you move. Just move.
Well, there it is.
There you go. And again, I don't know, truthfully, whether Thunderbolt stole "You Better Call Somebody" from Ernie or Ernie stole it from Thunderbolt, because they were in the same generation there when Thunderbolt would have been starting to get over and Ernie would have been starting to be a big heel. But that was basically it. You better call somebody. Let your mama know.
I am looking forward to this speech like you couldn't believe.
Well, that's because how old is Thunderbolt now?
He's got to be 80, right? In that range, I would think.
Well, he was... Again, I don't know when he debuted, don't know that much about his early life, but he started in the mid to late 60s. and had a heck of a body. Wasn't no
82.
Young teenager. 82 years. Oh, my God. But yes, that's the thing, and that's what I'm wondering about. The appeal of Thunderbolt lasted longer than the actual ability of Thunderbolt. When he was in that pocket that we talked about, in those territories that he was massively over in, and he was young and he was doing it, but it drooped off, and then, except for Ole Anderson, nobody would book him after 1983, and it had a hard time translating, even 30 years ago. So I don't know what we're going to get now. But have we ever seen him try to be normal on television? Is there a normal Thunderbolt?
I think we see the normal Thunderbolt. That is his normal.
Well, it'll be interesting. What I wonder if they're going to have a time clock on guys again this year.
I don't think there's any time clock that could stop T-Bolt. If he's got something to say.
But if he only had time, well, if they tell him you got time, I don't know what he might say. That was for everybody who don't know what we're talking about. Also, just real briefly, that was the fucking rib, and I've told it before. They told Thunderbolt, Ole told him, said, go out there at the end of the Georgia show on Saturday night on TBS, plug Carrollton, Georgia. We're going to be in Carrollton tonight, right? Just say the name of the town and make sure you mention we're going to be there tonight. We'll draw a big house. We don't talk about it. It never draws. So at the end of the thing, at the end of the interview, the last 20 or 30 seconds of the show, Thunderbolt said, and let me tell you this. And he made his faces and he wrenched his hands up and he screwed his face up and he turned his neck and he said, if I only had time. And then they went off the air. Oh, yes, I'll be in Carrollton tonight. That's it.
Hey, before we wrap this up, there's a video here. I'm curious to hear this. This must be 79 or 80 Georgia. Ernie Ladd trashes Thunderbolt Patterson.
Oh, my God.
Let's hear this. We always love Ernie Ladd on this show. Let's hear some Ernie Ladd.
Comments, Mr. Ladd.
Did you see how black and blue that egg-sucking dog was today? You see his head busted over to his back end, all beat up and bruised up. Looked like he had been in a hatchet fight, and everybody had a hatchet but him. But I can assure you one thing, I know he's stooping very low. He's gone to the bottom of the barrel to get old Thundermouth out of the barrel. Holler, yick, 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 yuck, 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 yick, 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 yuck, yuck, yuck. I ain't nobody gonna do this, and I ain't nobody gonna do that. Well, you gonna suck eggs like old egg-sucking dog, Thundermouth. I guarantee you bring your carcass back to your Thundermouth, somebody's gonna hurt you. You know what they say about your kind and my kind? We can't stand one another, Thundermouth. And Thundermouth, you get out of here before I get in here because you're scared of me. And you better get out of here again because I'll hurt you for the rest of your life. You'll be crippled in the head. Hey, wait a minute. We don't want no secrets out. Because we have a little necktie party for that egg-sucking dog. And I feel sorry for you, Thundermouth, for being such a big fool. To be a part of something that's going to get you hurt.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, you're not in this, don't. Hey, look, we're not revealing nothing. You direct all your information to me and get that camera. Don't be trying to figure out who this gentleman is. All I know is a fine gentleman, and he gets the job done. He won't turn his back on you. He won't be like the egg-sucking dog later on. Hey, camera people, don't be doing it. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
All right, let me stop.
Oh, the big cat, Ernie Ladd. Well, welcome to the Hall of Fame, Thundermouth Patterson.
Well, Jim, let's stay on the topic of the WWE Hall of Fame. Quite frankly, in my eyes, much more ridiculous than Thunderbolt Patterson. Lia Maivia has been announced as being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Legendary female promoter. And of course, she's legendary because she was The Rock's grandmother. Lia Maivia, WWE Hall of Fame. Am I wrong to say this is ridiculous? Am I wrong to say this is exactly the kind of self-serving douchebaggery we don't want from Dwayne Johnson? Or are people going to be like, how could you say that? She was a trailblazer. She was a woman promoter in a male's world. Are they going to give me all that, or are they going to acknowledge it's ridiculous inducting her into a Wrestling Hall of Fame as a wrestling promoter?
Well, yes, you are correct in short version, because if you wanted a successful female wrestling promoter, Christine Jarrett was the most successful ever, but I'm not advocating for her to be inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame either. She would probably be mortified to be associated with the whole company. And to be quite honest, I think even Ann Gunkel probably was more successful, because Lia Maivia had the promotion that her husband had bought when the island wasn't doing that well to begin with, and oversaw the last couple of years of pro wrestling in Hawaii until it went out of business. And did it not? I mean, isn't that, how long did she run?
She took over when Peter Maivia died. When did he die? 82?
83? 82?
Yeah, somewhere there. Again, it wasn't a big money territory. There were a lot of scandals with Lars Anderson and Leah and
extortion plots,
all sorts of
bribery.
Craziness. But it wasn't like a thriving wrestling company. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. People like going to Hawaii if they were going back and forth to Japan, or they can get a vacation, but it wasn't a territory. It wasn't Ed Francis's Hawaii.
No, and we laughed on the Young Rock episode where they had the big stadium, show, and they said, oh, she sold out or whatever. They had that big stadium show, hot summer night in whatever the fuck, right? Aloha Stadium. And Crockett sent guys. Flair went because of who she was, because of who she'd been married to. She wasn't The Rock's, grandmother at that point, because nobody knew who the fuck he was. And Rocky Johnson had some cachet in the industry, but also everybody liked going to Hawaii. And I assume they still lost their ass on that show because it didn't do that well. And by the whole Polynesian Pro Wrestling by 87 was done, right? And
maybe in 88, I got to remember.
Was it 88? She got deported also, which they cliffhanged on Young Rock when we were still watching it. I don't know how that got resolved, but this was neither a thriving territory nor a successful promotion, and she ran it by virtue of her husband dying. I've never met the lady, not trying to slander her, but as a Hall of Fame wrestling promoter, male, female, or indifferent, it's awful coinkadinkle that The Rock gets $30 million and named to the board of directors, but his daughter becomes the general manager of NXT, and his grandmother is indicted into the WWE Hall of Fame for a job that she had by inheritance for 5 years or so. And I mean, it does look a little suspicious, doesn't it?
I guess the problem is now Rock's going to give a speech, or someone will give a speech changing history. Lia Maivia, I'm not saying she shouldn't be in the Grandmother's Hall of Fame or something like that. But unless the Wrestling Hall of Fame, the idea of it is put anyone who is in the wrestling business in the Hall of Fame, there is no legitimate Wrestling Hall of Fame that would have Lia Maivia in it as a promoter. Even if she was a woman promoter in an era before all those women promoters we have today.
Well, I'm with you. And even as we mentioned with Thunderbolt, it came out of the blue because he had never, worked a day in the WWE. But even if you take the tack that they're putting in people from the entire wrestling business since they've conquered it, okay, Thunderbolt still came out of the blue and probably wouldn't have come up had it not been for they've got a certain quota of slots they need to fill in their nominations. But you can't say they couldn't come up with one of their female talents from the last 20 years that they have not put in. They have to, the woman slot filler, or whatever, has to be The Rock's grandmother. Because Thunderbolt at least was incredibly over for periods of time in his hottest territories, and was a star in the wrestling business at what he did, whereas Lia Maivia was not an accomplished promoter, again, male or female. Just, she got it because it was already on the way downhill when Maivia bought in, right?
It was on the way downhill after Ed Francis got out the first time. Remember, they tried to get things going again in the 70s, him and James Blears, and it just didn't connect the same way. If you talk to anyone who grew up in Hawaii in the 60s, they know who all those wrestlers are. Not so much for the next generation, guys like Don Morocco coming up or whoever it may be.
Siva Afi.
That's right.
But anyway, but congratulations to Lia Maivia, who, let's go back and see, is she the only member of the WWE Hall of Fame that's been deported and had a federal indictment for extortion or whatever that charge was, strong arm tactics?
Shinma's here, so maybe him. No, I kid. I don't know. Some of the names here that they've inducted as legacy inductees, I forgot some of these. They're interesting. Brickhouse Brown is in the Hall of Fame.
The fuck? Okay.
Baron Michelle, the legacy class in 2020.
Wait a minute. And by the way, Ivan Koloff is still not in the WWF Hall of Fame, right?
I believe he is not. Let me see if they've inducted him. They've stopped doing the legacy inductions after 2021.
He never got a legitimate induction. Ivan Koloff, one of the great workers of all time, a major star for 20 years, and a former WWF champion, not in the Hall of Fame, but Thunderbolt Patterson, Lia Maivia are in.
Like the last legacy class in 2021, the legacy class was Dick the Bruiser, Pistol Pez Watley, Buzz Sawyer, Ethel Johnson, and Paul Bosch.
I liked Pez too, but that just stands out.
The year before, hold on. Crippler Ray Stevens, Brickhouse Brown, Dr. Death Steve Williams, Baron Michelle Leone, and Gary Hart.
Boy, that's all over the page too, isn't it? All right.
The year before that, Bruiser Brody, Wahoo McDaniel, Luna Vachon, S.D. Jones, Professor Toru Tanaka, Primo Carnera, Joseph Cohen.
Wait, what?
I don't know who Joseph Cohen is because he's the only one here not hyperlinked. But Joseph Cohen, Hisashi Shinma, Buddy Rose, and Jim Barnett.
Okay, well, we don't know who Cohen is, and I mean, Shinma was probably a political favor of some kind with the Japanese. And again, poor S.D. Jones, bless him, bless his little pea-picking heart, but it's Wahoo McDaniel, it's Ray Stevens, it's these names, Tanaka, and it's and I don't know what the fuck's going on with who were the last two?
The last two that year were Buddy Rose and Jim Barnett.
Oh, and Jim Barnett just got snuck in out of nowhere again, too.
And real quick, Jim, the year before that, Stan Stasiak, Lord Alfred Hayes, Dara Singh, Cora Combs, El Santo, Jim Landis, Rufus R. Freight Train Jones, Sputnik Monroe, Boris Malenko, and Hiro Matsuda.
That's all over the fucking page. I
think if you told Rufus R. Jones that he would be inducted into the Hall of Fame with Jim Landis and El Santo, he wouldn't have believed it.
I agree with you.
He also wouldn't have known who they were. But
yes, I agree with that too. Well, congratulations to all of our inductees. For this gets more bizarre and more bizarre as the years go by.
If I had to put money down, and we could talk about it afterwards, if I had to put money down and guess who's going to be in the Hall of Fame at some point soon, I'd be willing to put money down if you would say no. I know it sounds crazy, and this may be completely crazy. Within the next 3 years, they're going to put Dixie Carter in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, come on.
I really think so. Would you take that bet?
Well, how much?
Well, we could discuss the money later.
Well,
would you take that bet?
Blanket
No,
authorization.
it's about you have to have the guts. Go for it. Just go for it.
That's what I'm saying. I'll take that bet. You're gonna regret because Dixie ain't going in that Hall of Fame. But I want to know how much you want to bet for. Or are we giving this to charity or doing something good for someone?
No, I don't believe in that. I believe you should give the charity what you want to give them, but whatever you win, you should keep.
Well,
that's what I believe in.
Then we'll discuss the amount of money, but Dixie Carter in the Hall of Fame in 3 years is what you're saying.
I'm saying yes. They're going to need a woman executive. They're going to run out of women executives. They're going to have a cozy relationship with TNA.
They've apparently already run out of black wrestlers. Yeah, certainly Ernie Ladd's. Yeah, he's been in long ago.
Since the 90s, since like 95, yeah.
Why doesn't Sailor Art Thomas get any love and respect? He was a huge fucking draw.
Hold on, I think he may be in. Let me double check. I thought he was in. Oh yeah, he is in. He went in with the legacy class of 2016.
Okay.
Mildred Burke, Frank Gotch, George Hackenschmidt, Ed Strangler Lewis, Pat O'Connor, Lou Thez, and Sailor Art Thomas.
Gotch, Hackenschmidt, Lewis, Thez, and Sailor Art Thomas. Goddamn. Oh, did Sailor Art Thomas know I saw him with a hammerlock and obviously the full Nelson and the bear hug. There was 3 holes. I'm not sure maybe, and the headlock. There's 4.
The way they go all over the place and just pick big names and mix them in with other names, you could argue, but from other generations. Listen to the next class, and we'll end with this. Farmer Burns, June Byers, Haystacks Calhoun, the Barefoot Contessa Judy Grable, Dr. Jerry Graham, Luther Lindsay, Toots Mont, Ricky Dozan, and Bearcat Wright.
Jesus Christ, what a collection. That is all over the spectrum of everything. And by the way, why again does Bearcat Wright? We've tried to drum this. I still see on Twitter people showing clips of Ron Simmons as the first widely recognized African-American world champion. Why does Bearcat Wright still continue to get overlooked by these young historians?
I don't think the historians overlook him, but I think, unfortunately...
The young historians.
I think, unfortunately, it's less about Bearcat Wright in that case. It's more about the WWA being overlooked. People don't consider it a major world championship anymore because it's been gone for so long, but it was. Look at any magazine in the 60s, it was one of the major belts.
Yeah. Before Bruiser stole the name and the rest of the company disappeared into the NWA.
That's right.
All righty, where are we going from here?
What I was trying to set you up for with what I thought was I can't even speak. What I was trying to set you up for, what I thought was going to be an easy layup, was the transition to DraftKings from how much would you bet on Dixie Carter going into the Hall of Fame?
Oh, and we got off on a whole nother thing, didn't we?
We did, but I will still take that bet. I just won't talk about how much we'll make it about.
Well, see, we're not allowed to fucking tell people how to bet. So now we don't bet, ladies and gentlemen, on whether Dixie Carter goes in the Hall of Fame or not, because you have heard stuff from us. But if you have a completely open mind about these things, not that we're going to sway you in any way, but I understand that the college basketball tournament is about to come up. It's about to happen. See, I don't watch it anymore since Louisville went to fucking shit. They just fired Kenny Payne, the coach, that 12-52 over 2 seasons. I think that's the worst 2 years that the goddamn University of Louisville basketball team has ever had. So he's out the door. He didn't last as long as the last coach did that was out the door. Patino got scandal-ridden and fucking left town under cover of darkness. So now the once mighty University of Louisville Cardinals, well, they're the shits, folks, so don't bet on them to win the NCAA tournament. But if you want to bet on the NCAA tournament in general and all the college basketball fun, frivolity, and festivities that are coming up, then we got you. All you got to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook. You do that and use the code JCE, which is most important, and you can bet $5 and get $150 instantly in the bonus bets. So already, I'm not telling you how to bet. I'm just telling you don't bet on the University of Louisville because they announced it. Did you hear about the announcement, Brian, at the most recent home game?
No, I have no idea.
They announced over the loudspeaker, they said, would the woman who dropped her 5 kids off at the Yum Center please pick them up? They're beating the Cardinals 54-30. So anyway, folks, if you want to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code JCE and put $5 down on this madcap crazy thing they call the college basketball tournament, you're going to get $150 instantly in bonus bets, and that is only at DraftKings, because they are actually not only one of America's top-rated, they are one of America's top-rated sports book apps, and they're all over the March Mania. So anyway, $5, you get $150 with the code JCE. Are you ready to hear, Brian, what you need to do if you need help and for more information?
Oh, I could use some help right about now. Yes. What do I need to do?
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in West Virginia, why would you be? Visit www.1800gambler.net or call Stephen P. New, but his number is separate. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. If you can't bet fast enough, they'll send you some help to bet for you. You can call 888-789-7777. God damn, it sounds like a slot machine. No wonder these people think they've won something. Or visit CCP. I can't fucking read that. .org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Kansas, the people of the wayward wind. Or the heartland, or whatever it is out there.
You're thinking of Wayward Sun.
Southern Wind. The people of the Southern Wind out there in Kansas. That was the third album. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/bball for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. The end.
All right, certainly the end. And you know what? I'm looking at my list here of things we have to talk about today. There's still so much to talk about. Why don't we get one of the big things out of the way?
Well, let's get one of these big things out of the way.
You watched AEW Dynamite last night, and as we are recording, usually you don't watch the night before. Usually you give it a few days, you get yourself in the zone, you let yourself get calm enough to begin.
I wait until the last minute when I can't avoid it, and then I do it.
Well, we did it early. They had a big episode this week. Big Business in Boston. And AEW Big Business was live last night. They began with, very similar to the debut of CM Punk, a big AEW debut. What did you think of AEW Big Business?
Well, they weren't doing real big business. You can't compare the two debuts. It wouldn't even be fair. If this had been good, it wouldn't be fair to poor Mercedes Moné to compare her debut to the original CM Punk debut in AEW, sold out United Center in Chicago, going out of their freaking fucking minds as a goddamn major star, returns to the wrestling business for the first time in 7 years, and delivers one of the great promos of the modern television era. So to compare anything to that would not be favorable, obviously, and to compare this to that would be fucking comedic, because it was a surprise debut with a wink wink and a nod nod, and I know a lot of people will say Punk's was too, and it was with a wink wink and a nod nod, but they still did it with a little more intrigue, so the people knew, but they didn't actually come out and say it. But was she not tweeting from Boston? Were her friends Naomi and the Burrito Brothers, who else was it? Bailey, tweeting, "We're in Boston." This came out before the show, did it not?
It did. I read about them being there to support her and her big night before the show. There's a motorcycle or something in the background, but I read about this beforehand, yes.
Well, then why would you do that when either advertise the fucking person or don't advertise the fucking person? Pick one and stick to it. So they had a surprise debut that people were talking about was going to happen before the show went on the air, but they didn't actually come out and say, okay, we're in Mercedes Moné's hometown, Boston. So come on, if you're going to do it like they did with Punk, where the people, yes, we know, we think we know, but the actual people involved didn't confirm it until you heard the music and saw his fucking name on the screen. And that's what got that goddamn, ooh. But nevertheless, they were in the Boston Garden. Scene of some of the greatest matches in the history, and oh boy, and for this. Well, actually, it's the TD Garden. They tore the old one down. So they open the show. Renee Moxleygood is in the back, and a car pulls up, and it's a Mercedes. And the door opens, and then they go to the pyro and shit. So we know what's going on. And we don't have the ratings yet, folks, but I have a feeling they'll live to regret this. They put her on first. They play the music. CEO pops up on the screen. It's Mercedes Moné. And this is her hometown, and these are the people that came because they heard the rumor that she was going to be there as a surprise. So, yeah, she's over in this room like crazy. And she's got a heck of a costume on. Well, I don't know what her budget is, but her hair was spray painted AEW CEO on the back.
Well, I think it's a wig.
Well, that was awful. Goddamn, is she completely bald? How would she hide hair underneath that? It was pretty flat as it was.
They put wigs on people who aren't bald. You could have hair, you just kind of ball it up, I guess, or move it in a different way and put it in there to get some flashy, ridiculous hairdo.
This looked like she needed a little herbal essence to get some fluff out of the hair she had. I can't believe she's got a whole head of hair hid under that hair. I thought they painted her actual hair.
We will have to double check. Maybe I'm wrong, but if there's any
well, it took a while.
Sassoons
if they
out
did.
there, let us know. Yes.
Yes, if there's any buffoons out there. Is that what you said?
It's close enough.
Well, anyway, back to these buffoons. So they chant CEO. This is her. Sasha Banks had the dollar signs, right? So when she couldn't take that name, she's decided to become a CEO, and she's big business and dollar signs, things of that. That's her deal, right? Remember, we were lucky enough not to be watching real closely when she was around the other company.
I saw a lot of her stuff, and despite the fact that she is really skinny and slight, she's really good. Although she got injured a bunch, but she's really good. The whole time here, and again, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid like everyone else. I'm curious about it, but there were people there losing their minds. It's her hometown crowd chanting CEO. All I'm thinking is, what the hell is she the CEO of?
Well, that's the problem. I was saying that's how she's gotten to this point, the big business, the boss, big money, CEO, whatever. She's trying to do things confusingly similar to the trademarks that she does not possess. But now we got the board of directors in the WWE, and this angle's getting over. We got the guy on the board of directors. We've got the CCO, the Chief Content Officer, Triple H. But we've also in this company got the EVPs who are heels that have apparently gone rogue and will not be controlled by Tony Khan, who's the EV everything. He's the chief cook and bottle washer and booker and president and originator and founder, organizer, manipulator. But now she's the CEO. How does she fare with the EVPs? See, these are questions we got. So the point is, the fans chant welcome back or welcome home. And she does the promo. Her heart is beating out of her chest. She thanks the fans for having her back for 2 years and giving her courage and strength to make it through some dark time. Was she marooned on a fucking island?
She broke her ankle, right?
But she basically wrote a speech here that was a high school commencement speech. If she was the valedictorian, she promised that they would create moments and magic together. She did a long promo about wrestling being her dream, and she dropped out of school to take care of her brother and has some personal background. And it's meandering. And then she said, if I can do it, you can too. That's the problem. Everybody now thinks they can do it. But the point, there was no, this was a recited speech complete with, I can't wait to call AEW home, page 3. She had memorized this heartfelt speech that I'm sure her heart means it, but she couldn't convey it verbally. I've never paid any attention, and I'm not sure I'm going to give a fuck going forward, but does she do good promos? Or is it that she's good in the ring and she shouldn't be given 10 minutes live on the air with a microphone? In which case, why did they debut her with they couldn't have done anywhere else but her hometown. They'd have been going to the fucking concession stand, would they not, with this delivery and content?
Well, again, time and place, and it worked in that time and place. She's a really good personality. The promos, I don't know about. Now, this is a unique situation. This isn't a promo for a feud or anything. It's more, like you said, a congratulations for getting all this money.
Yeah,
it's really what it comes down to. She's given this speech. They're losing their minds. Again, I didn't like it. It's not what I want. It was during this speech, it just hit me. I'm sick of hearing these wrestlers give speeches about their emotions.
Yes.
I'm not saying don't have them.
I don't give a fuck about anybody's emotions. Why would I give a fuck unless they're mad? And then I want to hear about it in detail.
Now, again, that's me. I will say that room was losing their mind. They were really into it. When you see what else was on this show, this may have been the only thing that really got... I mean, they drew a big house. They drew like over 9,000 people there, I think. So, for the first night in their hometown, this was a major success. I don't know how that will be going forward, especially if they're taking someone, even if she was, an all-time great, like a Gus Sonnenberg or a Rhea Ripley. Putting her in that division?
Okay, I
said a lot. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm willing to go with you for the time being that she's good in the ring and I'll see for myself, but she don't need long promos. It's all about, my feelings. And I'm saying, I thank you. No, thank you. No, it's like a fucking Chip and Dale goddamn cartoon with this bunch of soft ass fucking wrestlers thanking the soft ass fans. And the fans' chants had more inflection and feeling in them than this prepared award show thank you speech that it sounded like. That's what I thought. She's up there at the goddamn Golden Globes. And when she finally gets to, okay, why is she here? Now we're getting somewhere. She's here because I need to be here. AEW is the only place where this can go global. What? You just left the only place where this could go global.
That was a weird line for her to use here, wasn't it?
Yeah, because she was global. And now she's geographical. Or goddamn hemispherical. And then she said tonight, and this is when I realized they've lost their minds. She said tonight, Willow versus Riho is our main event. And I've got unfinished business with Willow. And that was all she said about that pretty much. But now, so the main event of this program is Willow Nightingale versus Riho, so that Tony thinks that people will stick around through this fiasco for 2 hours to see Sasha Banks do a run-in. And they're out of their minds. And I bet the ratings will show that. But nevertheless, she thanked Tony Khan and told the fans to say hello to their new CEO. And then she seductively took off her jacket to reveal herself in skimpy costuming and did a little stripper dance and danced backwards up the ramp. out of the arena. And how many millions of dollars did this cost him?
Many millions. And again, it's a good opening night if you're into this and you're there, and they were into it. You know, part of me thinks it's a missed opportunity because if you're going to get someone like that and she has this kind of popularity, try to start an all-women's group for your company, an all-women's TV show. Because it's good night one. These women's segments die a death on this show every single week. So it's a special night, big crowd. They're going to Toronto next. Apparently it'll be another nice-sized crowd in the 5,000 range, I would guess.
For Edge and Christian in the blow-off of their...
Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. You can't call him just Christian because that part is owned by WWE, but with a last name, it's owned by him.
Okay, well, whichever two of these fucking mullet heads it is, the point is that Sasha Banks just got 9,000 in Boston to come out and do a bad fucking promo. So you mean to tell me Edge and Christian or whatever they're going as these days only going to get 5,000 in their hometown to have a match? Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Well, maybe they'll do more. Again, we'll see how it works out, but... Well, how do you rank the Mercedes Mone debut? What do you think of it compared to other big debuts in AEW? And...
What?
Do you... I don't know what else to ask.
She has a fan base, apparently, from what we're told, that likes her wherever she goes and what she does. So if she can bring those people, whatever that number is, into AEW in addition to who they already had, then maybe they've got a few more. And that would be nice for them. But based on performance of anything... Besides taking her fucking clothes off, this was, for me, not knowing really that much about her or having seen that much of her, or if I have, it ain't registered. This was another girl doing another interview that she sounds like she memorized. This is not a game-changing, world-shaking, male or female acquisition. I'd rather see Chris Statlander get used to her potential than this one come in for millions of dollars to do a stripper dance. What the fuck else did she do here? She said nothing except, I love all you people. It's always been my dream to be here.
I was hoping she would name drop Sheldon Goldberg, but it never happened.
Well, and that's because, it was a bitter breakup that Sheldon initiated.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
Well, she couldn't handle the size of his...
collection.
Anyway,
collection.
His size of his collection, his all of his package was so huge. What did you think? That are we done with Sasha Monet here? Whatever she'll be out later on, I assume, because the DVR froze again. But you can tell me when we get there. Can we move on to the AEW World Title match? I'm interested in getting your thoughts. Is there any further mystery to the question, will Wardlow be a main event guy in this company?
I am such a sucker. At one point during this match, it's like, I started convincing myself, like, if he wins here, even though he's been used like such dog shit for so long, this is a big house, a lot of attention on the show, next segment after the Mercedes Moné debut. If you were ever going to try to do something with Wardlow, right now may be the moment. And then they zipped right past that moment and choked him out again on live TV. And I'm like, well, there goes any moments going forward with Wardlow.
Well, but actually, and I don't know whether this was intentional on Tony Khan's part or the part of anybody in AEW, but for once they dodged a bullet. Because finally, after all this back and forth, start and stop, he's a babyface, he's a heel, he's here, he's gone. What the bad angles, bad booking. Wardlow gets a match with Samoa Joe, the AEW World Heavyweight Champion, and I don't know that Samoa Joe has ever compared himself to a Terry Funk or technically to a Jack Briscoe, but I've seen Samoa Joe have a lot of great matches, haven't you?
I was on mute. There was no dramatic pause there, ladies and gentlemen. I was on mute for a moment. Yes, I have seen Samoa Joe have many great matches.
Well, if this is the best match he could have with Samoa Joe, then they dodged a bullet. Wardlow needs choked out and left by the side of the road. This was the shits. And Joe not only laid back and let Wardlow do things to him, tried to sell if he could, tried to work the match where Wardlow was more physically dominant. Even he was chopping Wardlow, and Wardlow wasn't backing up as far as when Wardlow would hit Joe. Joe tried his Wardlow is the shits at having a competitive match. Apparently, that's why he gets his biggest cheers when he just power bombs job guys. He jump-started it. They immediately went to the floor. And, of course, this, again, the booking is odd for crowd reaction to begin with because Joe is a heel champion that is cheered by most of the audience, except when he's against Swerve Strickland, another heel, in which case Swerve is more popular. But Wardlow's being presented as a heel here, but he's not over because of all the screwy booking and being involved with Taven and Bennett and call this whole group that it was even death even to their faithful fans. So they're not really going to be chomping at the bit, jumping up and down, throwing babies in the air to see this anyway. But they go out and they stay on the floor, and Wardlow is leading Samoa Joe, this 300-pound Samoan submission machine. He's leading him around the floor in a fake fight with his palm of his right hand on the back of Joe's head. Joe's head is as big as a basketball, and Wardlow can't palm one, apparently. It's just, Joe is going for him. He's bumping for him. Wardlow's punches look like shit. At one point, you see Joe shoot Wardlow off corner to corner, and obviously Joe must have said, watch the back elbow, because when Joe runs in to give the back elbow and then turn around and do his fucking kick to the head that he always does, trademark spot, if you notice this, when Joe runs in for the back elbow, Wardlow turned and tried to give him a back elbow. And so he turned sideways, and Joe crashed in with his elbow and didn't sell Wardlow's and then gave him the kick. But he's lost. The guy can't be led. His basics suck, and he looks like shit. And he had an opportunity to be a big, dominant, wild-ass motherfucker and get all over the goddamn AEW World Champion and impress somebody. I'm talking about somebody in the back. I'm talking about somebody in the business. Tell us why you need to be pushed. Here's your opportunity, big boy. And it was the shits. And by the time they got back from the break they took in the middle of it, it was in quicksand. And then they did a spot where Wardlow faked the knee injury and then came back to hit that shitty-looking knee lift that he does off the rope where he's holding the guy by the neck, and that doesn't translate. Then he misses a senton. This guy can do a perfect senton to the middle of the ring. He can't throw a punch or a fucking kick. And then they did a little awkward back and forth, and then Joe got the sleeper on him and choked him out. The end. Holy fuck. Just make him a bodyguard. At this point, if he ain't got it by now, I wouldn't hold out a lot of fucking hope.
Is this one of those things like a Goldberg thing? Like, he was great at being Goldberg, but he's not necessarily great at working, especially in his early days, a long match.
That's the thing, is that he's not even like Goldberg, because Goldberg was visually and over as a personality standing there. Wardlow looks like a fucking accountant where steroids ran rampant. He's got a normal face. He's not like, he has nowhere near he screams, and you can tell he's probably not a hothead in real life, because when he screams and yells, it's like he's losing his mind rather than he's mad. You can tell he's probably one of these fucking guys, sits in the corner, plays video game, looks at his fucking telephone. So it's not Goldberg who's fucking headbutting lockers and firing himself up to fucking punch holes in limousines. He's going out, Wardlow is, and playing a part like all of his friends go to work and play parts instead of be what those things are. But no, if this is his work by now with the AEW champion, give it up. Sorry. And then Swerve came out and beat up security and hit the ring with a big logging chain, but Joe walked out laughing at him. And that's what happened there. I don't know. Tell me I'm wrong.
I can't tell you you're too wrong. Again, I thought for a little while they may do something crazy just because, you know, the big crowd, and they were giving him a little bit for a while there, and then he's choked out. That's the end of Wardlow, right?
Well, I mean, it should be, but not with in this booking environment. No, it doesn't have to be, but it should be. And that's the thing when I say that Joe was laying back, letting Wardlow do his stuff in a lot of this. And he'd fire back with the punches or whatever, but he gave Wardlow plenty of open to be. If Wardlow knew he was having that match and didn't come in with 5 fucking spots that he wanted to pitch to Samoa Joe to make himself look like a goddamn beast, and more than just punching and kicking and doing moves and getting on a guy and rattling him around the fucking guardrail out on the floor. I'm talking creative shit, fucking actual goddamn wrestling moves that end up in some fashion making him look like a monster. It was just blah. It was 2 guys with concrete boots. Anywho, did you like Officer Bar Brady's interview with the douchebag brothers and Cody Okada?
Kota Ibushi, where were they? Were they in a hotel?
No, it's not Kota Ibushi.
I mean, not Kota Ibushi. Excuse me.
They amputated.
You said Cody. It threw me off. Okada. Kazuchika Okada.
Ibushi got his feet amputated a couple months ago.
You know, I am interested by it. First of all, a return from Alex Marvez, the single worst on-air announcer character in wrestling. And now the Bucks, because they don't know how to do any of this and do it well. It's bad comedy. It's 2 guys pretending to be pretend executives. And they're stealing lines from this thing.
That's a no-brainer. Let's really drill down on this. We're gaining traction. We have to be disruptive. I feel like there's a disconnect. What would be the key learnings here? Let's circle back to that. I'm at capacity.
So, yeah, and Ibushi, I mean, making Alex Marvez sing Happy Birthday. I'll let you sum up the rest, but I didn't like this very much.
Well, the thing is that obviously, as you said, Marvez and Alex Marvez, everybody says he's a nice guy. You know, it's just, why do they keep putting him on television? It's sad and nobody can defend it, except he's a friend of theirs and he says nice things about them in the newspaper. And he's standing there with a microphone, and here come the douchebag brothers, Matty and Nikki. And they come down the escalator wherever they are, and they blister poor old Bar Brady for disrespecting Okada, who comes down with them because he didn't pronounce his full name properly or whatever. And then Matty, the mouthy brother, the mouthy one, he blathered on with some stuff that in no way helped anything or furthered anything. And then we found out Okada can speak English to some degree, but he's the one that makes Bar Brady sing Happy Birthday to the other buck over there. And fortunately, they cut it off because he can't sing nearly as well as I can. But now they've paid, regardless of which report you believe, at least a couple $1 million a year to this fucking guy who looks like the Japanese Cody with his bleached hair and is now doing fucking goofy, unfunny comedy that they don't even really think is comedy with the announcers in pre-tapes. And the only reason they put him with the Bucks to begin with was so that they could be artificially propped up with crowd reaction in their matches and their angle, because they knew that this audience would be interested in this fucking guy Okada. And then you need really go no further or wait very long, because in the next match, that's them when they do their entrances. Nobody gives a shit about the Buckaroos when they come out. And then Okada on a separate entrance gets a big reaction because they like him. And so, but at the same time, the fans like him and think he's the best wrestler in the world, so they put him in a group with the heels so he would be a heel. because the EVPs are smarmy, douchebaggy heels. So they sign for millions of dollars the wrestler that people like, just like they did with Ostrich. People are cheering him like crazy. We'll get to that in a minute. Oh my God, they love him to pee-pick in death. And they put him in the heel group with the heel manager that everybody hates. And then they have him wrestle other guys in the group at behest of the heel manager, and he's still a babyface and nobody turns on him. So it's all self-serving bullshit to take the most expensive playthings of Richie Rich that he is spending money for and put them with other people that are as over as a goddamn turd in a punch bowl to get them artificial reactions. Am I lying or am I flying? My feet ain't left the ground.
Then I guess that kind of rules that out, doesn't it?
Okay, so the next match was the Buckaroos and Okada versus This Is the Team. In a 6-man tag team match, Eddie Kingston, Penthouse of the Lucha Brothers, and the returning from, he's been gone for a long time, we don't know why, and we didn't miss him, Pac. Do you have to be on psychedelic drugs to put this kind of a team together that have absolutely not only nothing in common with each other and work completely opposite styles, but are completely irrelevant as far as a combination, but still involving one of your champions, Kingston, that they've made the Continental Breakfast champion, and another of your top alleged tag teams, although we don't see them too much anymore, not that I'm complaining, to be, what the fuck? So to pick this match apart, I would have had to watch it. And I'm not going to tolerate the Bucks. But I wanted to see Okada, right? So I feel like many people out there feel. Don't want to look at the fucking Buckaroos. Like to see Okada. So I zip ahead to the point where Okada gets in the ring. Brian, do you remember what Okada did when he first got in the ring?
When he first got in the ring, actually, I don't remember, no.
Okay, well, let's say that I'm like, I don't know, there's 350 million people in the United States. Let's say I'm like 349,400,000 of them. I don't really know who the fuck Okada is or know why I should care. That's the general average American wrestling audience, not the hypersensitive, hyper-tuned in AEW audience. So out of, let's say half of those have been watching faithfully, even though that's multiple times the ratings that New Japan Wrestling gets. But let's say that half the AEW audience knows well who Okada is. The other half have heard of him. And anybody that just wandered by because of all this publicity doesn't know who he is, but they're waiting to be impressed because they've heard wonderful things, right? Okay. Okada gets in with Eddie Kingston. Okada stands there and lets Kingston chop him and doesn't sell it. Okada hits Eddie Kingston with a fake forearm. Okada lets Eddie Kingston chop him and doesn't sell it. Okada hits Eddie Kingston with a fake forearm. Okada lets Eddie Kingston chop him 3 more times, and this time he staggers. But when Kingston hits the ropes, Okada hits Kingston with a very nice drop kick. And then he stands up with a bored expression on his face, goes over and knocks the other 2 baby faces off the apron, and tags out. But he doesn't get out of the ring because then all 3 of the heels start triple teaming Kingston in front of the referee while the other 2 stayed out of the ring because they had been tapped on the head by a fake forearm. And that was their break spot. And when they came back, I didn't. Because are you fucking shitting me this guy's the best in the world? What world and at what?
He was very good in main event matches in New Japan. Again, he's being used here. He won, he hit Eddie Kingston, I believe, with the Rainmaker short arm clothesline.
Oh, yes. Well, I came back for the finish, just not for the rest of the match. But no, I tuned in for the finish when they beat Kingston with Nikki football kicked Eddie Kingston between the uprights in the balls, and then Okada grabbed the arm and hit that short arm clothesline. 1, 2, 3. And Sockface was selling the shitty clothesline as being devastating until Taz had to come in and mention, well, by the way, he kicked him in the balls first, you idiot. That's the heat. That's what we're supposed to be talking. Oh, the devastating Rainmaker clothesline. Do they think the Rainmaker clothesline is going to get over here? Because is that the way he does it in Japan?
Yeah, I mean, that's the short arm clothesline. He does.
Okay. Everybody in this company hits fucking clotheslines that look more devastating, that come from farther, that come faster, that draw back from further, that hit harder, and that guys take better bumps for. Can you deny that?
Say that again?
Everybody in this company, the clotheslines you see, the lariats you see, the buckshots you see, they come from farther back, they come faster, they hit harder, they look better, and guys take bigger bumps for them. Then this short arm clothesline that they think is going to get over with a cold audience from this guy? That's why I'm saying, did he used to fucking 10 years ago knock people's heads off or add some kind of flying component, or he's just walking through it now?
I mean, no, this is the way he does it. He has a big drop kick, and then he does this.
The drop kick is better than the clothesline. I'd give it, his drop kick should be his finish. This clothesline is nothing that any of these guys don't do to each other 12 times in a fucking match or worse. It's not Stan Hansen hitting somebody at a dead run is what I'm saying to you.
So far, do you think they've capitalized well on Okada's celebrity and fame within wrestling amongst the smart wrestling fans?
Jesus Christ. I wrote, this guy's a rib on Tony Khan. Explain to me about what I am seeing in front of me that indicates that he's the best wrestler in the world or that he's going to be a gigantic box office attraction for this company. I'm not talking about what he's done other places or what some people think of him. I'm talking about what's he going to do for poor old Tony Khan?
It will excite existing fans of his.
Hey, 20 minutes of television time. So then we got to 9 o'clock. And Tony Schiavone was in the ring and gave another awkward introduction. It's like, I don't know if we want Tony to be the master of ceremonies at any honors banquets or roasts because he's fucking losing his train here. And finally he gets around to the introduction. Will Ostrich, here he is, folks. And this guy he's acting like, is being talked about like, and is being treated like a total babyface. But he's in the heel group wrestling Bryan Danielson on the pay-per-view. Danielson is in a babyface group, quote unquote, that wrestles and act like heels. And Ostrich here says he's looking forward to wrestling Danielson for all these beautiful people and not in a heelish way. But no, I love all of you. Y'all great. I can't wait to wrestle Bryan Danielson for all you beautiful people. And then he went into a section where he talked about, people were talking about his match with old Kenny Olivier and the Tiger Driver 91, and I'm not sure what point he was making here. One of those idiots got dropped on their head, didn't they? Somebody got dropped on their head.
Omega did, I believe.
Okay, yeah. So I guess he's going to drop Danielson on his head, too. And then his quote was, "Restore the feeling. I am the feeling." I mean, the good thing about this guy is you can tell he means everything he's saying. He really does. The problem is he's not saying any fucking thing.
What did he say there? Because he said that's an expression in the back, restore the feeling.
Yeah, I don't know.
Restore the feeling of what, 2019, before you guys realize how this was going to go?
It's smart fan stuff, or it's referring to, they do this a lot. Well, in old Mercedes referred to the match she had with Willow in New Japan Wrestling that, okay, if you're on the internet, you'll probably know about that. But so I don't know whether some of this is smart fan talk, whether some of this is English expressions or UK expressions from across the pond. he means everything he's saying, but nobody's ever taught him how to say shit to sell tickets, he's got the enthusiasm, he's got the emotion, he needs the verbiage, he needs the points, he needs the psychology of the way. And well, of course, there's no psychology in this booking. So basically, what he's left to have to say here is April 21st is about finding out who the best wrestler in the world really is. Oh, joy. No, it's not, because it's not for the world title. It's about finding out who, between the two of you, who some of the internet fans think supposedly is the best wrestler in the world. But you can't sell a cold match between two guys that people like that are fighting for no reason other than they want to see who the best wrestler in the world is, except to this basic fan base that's there for everything. But it's not about finding out who the best wrestler in the world is, and it shouldn't be allowed to say that because it's not for the world title. So Tony Khan is allowing these people to come out and say, we're the best wrestlers in the world, not your world champion. And he endorses it. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. What'd you think?
I mean, I think it's good in the sense that the fans are really reacting to him. You could see why you want him to be a babyface. He's not necessarily easy to understand. And it's less about the accent, I think, than the accent with the voice.
Yeah.
Because it's very much like it's hard to, the fuck's he saying? And then the bruv thing, I mean, we'll see if he gets that over. I mean, that's kind of his thing. The people there seem to be liking it. The whole breakup with the Callis family hasn't really worked out. Now he's going to do something with Danielson. Maybe we'll get the Callis family versus the BCC. Isn't that what we need?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But they're doing better with him than Okada so far, I think.
Yeah.
So they got that going for him.
The advantage is with him, at least he can speak English in a fashion. You may have trouble understanding him, but at least he can speak English. With Okada, he spoke some, but it was limited. But he doesn't look to me, Okada, like even if he was fluent in Japanese, that he would be a fireball promo because he is
fluent in Japanese, I promise you.
What I mean, even if he was fluent in English, all right, asshole. Even if he was fluent in English, would he sound as boring as his facial expressions indicate and his body language? I see boredom coming off this motherfucker.
How about the fact that Ospreay went home to England, put up a tweet announcing it, and then he's back here for this? Is Tony flying him home after every Dynamite? He said a big reason why he signed with AEW, besides more money, much, much more money guaranteed to start, but also the family life. He'd be there with his wife and kid, be a part of their lives. It's a very nice, noble thing. Most companies would say, you're out of your mind, you got to come work here. Is Tony flying him back after every taping?
Oh, my God. And by the way, I don't care how much again, as I asked about something earlier, how much fucking money in the world to take a flight from the United States to England or vice versa and back every goddamn week? That would be hell, literally hell on earth, but it would also be something that'd be stupid enough that Tony Khan would pay for. So he can...
Hell on earth, or as they call it in England, the menu.
If touche, very good. Wait a minute now. So they're 5 hours ahead of us over there. So he would have to leave on a Tuesday morning in order to get here by Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, do a TV, and then he would leave on Thursday morning and be back there by Thursday after. So he would only, if you were willing to be crazy enough to do that fucking flight over and back, he could leave on Tuesday morning, be back on Thursday afternoon, and still live in England and work Dynamite. Good God.
Imagine if they bring the Concorde back.
I don't know. If they brought the Concorde back, he might come in and have his eardrums pop from breaking the sound barrier or whatever. But could that be a thing that it could actually go on even when Tony gets people that have some appeal to the fans, he will either overpay or overstimulate them with bonuses and extras to the point where there's absolutely no way you could ever make your money back out of any of these fucking guys.
Not about money. It's about passion and love.
Well, he's getting a love. Tony Khan is. He's getting loved with a passion right up the old Hershey Highway. So, speaking of people who are the shits, let's go to the next match. Jay White versus Darby Allin.
Ooh.
And, hopefully Darby's going to leave to climb that mountain pretty soon, so we don't have to watch him anymore because I'm done with him after that stunt the other day. But on Fast Forward, it looked like they were on the floor for a good part of this. And at one point, Darby then does a coffin drop off the top rope to the guy on the apron, but the guy moved, so he bounced off the apron, landed on the floor. And don't worry, folks, he rolled in to beat the count at 9, but then Jay White picked him up and hit him with his finish, 1, 2, 3. So just to make sure that this idiot has an out, and they're going to hurt him now later, but so he has an out in the finish when he's going to climb Mount Everest. We don't know if he's coming back living. Instead of putting Jay White over like a, I guess, normal human being, he's got to do something that should paralyze him so that then Jay White's finish will work. And then the booking comes in. Remember that Jay White and the Gun Boys have formed a super group with the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn called the Gang Bang Scissor Clan.
Well, no, the Bang Bang Scissor Gang. There's no gang. It's just a Bang Bang Scissor.
There's a gang.
No, there's a gang at the end. There's no gang at the beginning.
Well, it always turns out it's a start. It's just a couple, but there's a gang by the end of it.
It's the gang. It's not the gang, but it's the Bang Bang Scissor Gang.
Well, they started that group, and I know you're never going to believe what happened here coming up next, Brian. But Jay White and the Guns then decide to get further heat on Darby Allin, and they get a chair and they go to Pillmanize his leg with a chair on it and a baseball bat. But here comes the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn and make the save. And they tell the heels, no, do not do this. And they milk it forever. And the Acclaimed has taken Darby to the back for medical treatment. And Billy Gunn's telling Jay White, no, bad dog, no. And he takes his bat, throws it down. And then as Billy Gunn turns around, soon as Billy Gunn's back is turned, Jay White takes the chair and hits him in the head with it. And then they start getting heat on Billy Gunn. The Acclaimed see this. The stupid baby faces who couldn't see this coming from these heels, they get in and they get the shit kicked out of them too. And then they hit everybody with the chairs, and then they put the chair on Darby's ankle and hit it with the baseball bat so that he can leave in a couple weeks and go climb Mount Everest and fall in a fucking ice flow along with whale shit and never be seen again.
Will you stop it?
Well, what the fuck? Just have the guy do a goddamn... He's already announced he's leaving the country to risk his life.
That's the puzzling thing. He announced he's going on the trip, and then they did the injury angle.
Then we heard him. So now we should hear he can't fucking climb the mountain. That's the only way this makes sense.
Then you get heat on the heels. Darby can't live his lifelong dream by going to the top of the mountain.
Yes. And the heels can come out and say, we just saved his fool-ass life because he ain't got no sense. He ain't got the good sense up in his head. That's what they could say. And some of this shit would make sense. But no, when people already know he's leaving, he doesn't just do a job. They injure him so that he, in their fake world, so that he can go off and let Tony Khan pay him to climb Mount Everest. Fucking moron. Further thoughts on this?
Jay White continues to unimpress, whether it's on the mic, whether it's to be taken seriously as a heel, or just in the ring. He doesn't really stand out. He's very skinny. Darby was about the same size as him, just Jay White's cut. And Darby, I watched that match. I had some people here, and they were saying things like, oh my God, he's going to break his back. I said, he's about to climb Mount Everest. How's he going to climb Mount Everest? I said, I know. That's the thing. If he's going to climb Mount Everest, do an injury angle, get him out there, unless you're going to make it about him losing the dream to climb Mount Everest, which he may have done when he covered his body in small cuts at the pay-per-view. I don't know.
Yeah, that couldn't have been an injury angle. It had to be this fake shit instead of that real stuff. What the fuck? And besides, he'll come back. He's going to have, I predict he will have one of his 4 extremities, one of the 2 hands or one of the 2 legs amputated for frostbite by the time he fucks around and does stupid shit over there. He'll come back hopping around on 1 leg.
We have to somehow get you past these bad feelings about Darby. He's just a confused guy who likes to have a lot of pain to get through his pain.
Yeah, well, he can have some of mine. I've had some hemorrhoids in the past I'd have loved to have given him.
They'll be on Cornette's Collectibles next week.
As well, but not cheap. All right, speaking of cheap, Chris Jericho and Hook wrestled Tia Leone and Bishop Khan.
Hey, can I stop you real quick here at the top?
Please do.
Besides the fact we predicted this kind of shit with Jericho latching onto another person, does Jericho not coming out to Judas expose just how much of the Jericho pop was purely Judas?
Yes. It was the American love of karaoke, not the American love of Chris Jericho.
That's an excellent way to put it. That's an excellent way to put it. He's coming out now as Lionheart, the gimmick being he's young and follows the rules. I don't know what the Lionheart gimmick is.
He's got the heart of a lion.
He's got the heart of a lion. Corazon de Leon, I believe was his name in CMLL. And he's teaming up with Hook. And I've been saying it a little longer than other people who are now accepting it. He can't cut it in the ring anymore, especially with some of these guys. I mean, these guys aren't especially crazy in the ring or anything.
That's what I was going to be fair. Jericho still, and for his age, and with all the caveats, and if he's in there with a top guy, but these ain't top guys, and this ain't it, bro, dog, fella, dude.
That's right. This is not it. I didn't know that was a pause for me, but...
Well, I didn't know any of the other colloquialisms that the kids use for fellow brother these days.
We said it was going to happen. And it coincided with that Jericho-Kylie Ray story, which has never been resolved. And it's still out there in the ether, and no one's denied it, no one's confirmed it. It's just out there. So if you're of the know, you're of the know, that you know nothing. But no one's saying anything. But that's still out there. Coinciding with Jericho not being as good in the ring, his material being as lame as it's been for a long time, but more people noticing it now. He's really, really rough on the It's hard. There's so much bad shit in AEW, but Jericho may have more go-away heat right now with a lot of that audience than people realize.
But at worst, it's just, what in the world is going on here? Poor Hook. There's something there, but he's lost in the fun house here. And, but
it's like Wardlow. How long can you be there in that company and have potential until you have to show it? I mean, and I like Hook, nothing against him personally, but how long has he been? He's been there for like 4 years. He's been a wrestler for like 2, maybe. Do you ever feel like he's elevated past where he is?
Well, every once in a while, but then he goes away or does something stupid, or he's involved with the mascots and the comedy crowd or whatever the case. And now, like I said, some of the cool kids still like him. So Jericho is his big brother now, or potentially drunk uncle or whatever the fuck. But anyway, they won this match. But did you notice when Tia Leone and Bishop Khan were announced by the ring announcer, what's her name?
What is her name? Dasha.
Whatever.
That's Dasha.
Well, Dasha does it. But she announced, accompanied by Prince Nana, he didn't come out. Now that's just like AEW to have a miscommunication amongst something like this, but does it show that they finally realized that it's counterproductive to have the manager of the most popular wrestler in the company also managing underneath heels? And it doesn't make sense. And why are you doing that? And either that, or maybe nobody told him he was supposed to go out. I mean, you never know with this company, but hopefully it's a step in the right direction.
The Gates
That's
of
what
Agony.
I noticed.
The Gates of Agony. That's their name?
Apparently it is.
They're each a gate. They're each
maybe it's the Goats of Agony.
And the other group in the WWE are the Disciples of Apocalypse. All right, so I'm just making fun of these bad names. They used to be great tag team names. No one has them anymore.
Well, you know, Disciples of Apocalypse was because Shitstain thought that any acronym for DOA, Dead on Arrival, that'll be cool.
Oh, that's not even who I was thinking of. What are the name of the two guys right now on SmackDown?
Oh, no, that's the Authors of Pain.
Authors of Pain. They're authors. That's what it was. They're not even disciples. They actually write the story.
AOP, which is almost like an offshoot of America Online. We don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with OPP. You went with AOL. Very interesting.
Well, I'm down with AOL. You can be down with the OPP.
Well, you know me. So let's move on with Dynamite.
All righty. Well, Renee Moxley Good was in the back with Kyle O'Reilly. I'm going to get to the main event in a second. And again, what in the world? They brought Kyle back from Neck Fusion, and he's such a good and different, unique performer in the ring. We talked about the unique style he has, and he's so aggressive. He belies his slight frame, as they say. But now he's standing there in T-shirts with sweat stains and tousled hair. Oh, the darkest days of my life are over, you know, not just not being able to wrestle, but I don't know if I could pick my daughters up. But now I wonder if I can still hang here with this roster of world-class stars they've got, the great talent. But I've found somebody to bring out the best in me. Brian Keith. Who? Reedy, crickets. What the fuck? The guy has neck surgery, potentially could never wrestle again, is coming back. He comes out and thank you. He does a bit with Roddy with a T-shirt. Then he does where he looks like a homeless hobo. Then he does a backstage deal where he says nothing. Now he does another backstage deal. And then Roddy and the Stooges come in, and Roddy says, I respect you, Kyle. If you want to do this on your own, you do it on your own. And they hugged, and everybody walked away. What the fuck is this?
It's the hottest comeback I've seen since Mike Von Erich's. No, I can't explain. I can't. Too soon. Too soon from the movie or the actual real life incident?
Too soon from the actual real life comeback.
Where they rushed him into the ring and he wasn't right. No, at least he washed his shirt.
Yeah, it's true. He was clean. He had brain damage, but he was clean.
I'm talking about not Mike Von Erich. I'm talking about.
Oh, God. No, I mean,
he was wearing a clean shirt.
He was always clean shirts. He couldn't find his way home at night, but he had a clean shirt on. So anyway.
And Roddy Strong still walks in from like a foot off camera, has to yell his name, Kyle! Because that's not dead enough.
Well, speaking of being dead, if the ratings aren't already, I bet that we might vamp around long enough that they'll come out. So the main event of this program was Riho versus Willow for, I don't know, and they played footage of the Willow had beaten not Naomi, but Sasha, Mercedes, Mone, whichever name she's using, in Japan. Oh, horrors. And Riho was the former women's champion here, and this is just ridiculous. And they had Mercedes wish Riho good luck in the back, and she looks scared to death of Mercedes. Mercedes walks off, and Riho stared like she just saw goddamn Boris Karloff in full makeup. She just looks that way. What the fuck is this? Again, this was the main event of the program on national television because Tony believes that he's gotten something and Mercedes has to do a run-in because of this hot angle from when they had a match in Japan 2 years ago or whatever the fuck. And they went, I don't know how long because my DVR froze at 10 o'clock when the show should have been over, but it was on at least 10 minutes before that. Riho looks like they stretched skin over a medical school skeleton. And I swear to God, if she didn't have papers to prove her age, somebody would be investigating or reporting AEW. And it's visually, again, ridiculous that there's Willow Nightingale. Big for one of the girls. And she's literally having to suplex herself and throw herself around without at the same time squashing this minute, frail little flower that they're trying to talk about like is a competent professional athlete in any capacity besides gymnastics. Your thoughts, Brian?
I thought Willow Nightingale was incredibly impressive here because there were several things that were just purely her doing it. I mean, there was one, I saw someone even put up a video of her giving herself a suplex and then lifting her own legs in preparation for Rio needing to grab the leg. That's unfortunately the reality here. They do what they can to prop Rio up. Rio at best is basic, and they want to pretend like she's some amazing wrestler.
It's insulting. It's fucking insulting. You would expect something like this from Saturday Night Live with Riho and Pockets and a couple of the other ones who are in no way legitimate pro wrestlers or whatever, are unserious performers in every aspect. And it's insulting to the business, and it offends me. But at some point, I don't care about Pockets. He's a grown adult man, allegedly. Not mentally, but at least chronologically. I don't care what happens to him. But they're going to get this girl killed, having her do all this shit with grown adults landing on her. At some point, what the fuck? It was a joke. It wasn't funny at the start. It's been over and done and dead for a long time. Nobody clamors to see this girl. Anybody that has any kind of respect for the business is insulted by the sight of it. And so I ask you the question to sum this up. Did Mercedes Mone run in on the end of this to justify it being on in the last position and Tony thinking that people will hang out to see whatever this girl does?
Yes, Mercedes Mone did in fact come back out at the end.
And I bet you not till after Riho probably beat Willow flat in the middle, even though she gave up 100 pounds and a foot in height and a lot of talent.
Willow Nightingale actually beat Riho in the main event.
No!
Yes, she did.
How in the world did she do that? Bazooka or cannonball to the cranium?
Well, they're trying to set up Willow for a big rematch with the person she injured, I guess. Mercedes Mone. That's why Mercedes came back out. Or Mercedes drove back out, I feel like would be more appropriate to say. To show who's the real CEO by doing her dances and poses.
Tony, won't you buy me a Mercedes Mone? I had all my pages and Brits go away. I need a new girl to have for my own. Oh, Tony, won't you buy me old Mercedes Mone?
It's Monet. You can't really do it in the song if you can't come up with a way to rhyme the actual words.
I'll goddamn worry about my rhyming, and you worry about your names.
Yeah, all right. The pompatus of songwriting over here, Jim Cornette.
Oh, thank you, Steve Miller.
Thank you, Mr. You're not Steve Miller. But we're gonna go jet airliner, and we're gonna talk about. I guess that was it. That was the main event.
Yes.
The AEW women's scene has never been hotter. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter. You have to think we'll be back at some point soon. Now we'll have a loaded female roster and, of course, all these great empty segments to put them in. And I'm dying to see the ratings, too, and they are not in yet.
Well, we'll dick around here with some of these other topics long enough. I'm sure they will be.
Well, that was AEW Dynamite Big Business in Boston. All right, it's a quick trip, not trap. It's a trap. It's a quick trip to the future here, just to get caught up on things.
No wonder that time travel always takes so long. You're trying to figure out how to get your mouth in position to formulate a coherent sentence.
That is correct. A quick trap here to the future. We'll be talking about AEW Dynamite, a barn burner of a show.
Try as we might, we could not dawdle about long enough for the ratings to come out, so we took a little break just so, because we couldn't leave the people hanging on this one, hanging on the edge of the cliff.
Well, we'll find out about cliffs in this episode here, the ratings here. AEW Dynamite on TBS, AEW Big Business, I believe it was, Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, 8 to 10:06 p.m. On average, not counting the overrun, which Nielsen, according to WrestleNomics, the reporting of WrestleNomics, overrun not included due to Nielsen error, 801,000 viewers.
Ouch! So it worked in the newest Game Changers hometown, but it didn't play in Peoria, as they used to say in show business, because this was again on the lower end of what they've been doing, and I think was it up 10,000? They did in the sevens last week, didn't they, or did they?
Last week was 779, so it's up 3% from that.
They got back to almost what they've been doing before they signed the $6 million woman. But anyway, there's another story to be told here, and everybody's got to finish their story in the wrestling business. But there's another story to be told. So if the listeners out there would strap their seatbelts in, we're about to go on a bobsled run, are we not?
Well, it'll be a very interesting story here. I do want to ask you one thing, though, knowing this is the overall number, without knowing the rest of the story here. Did AEW do it right or wrong going for the CM Punk model of not announcing her, but teasing her enough that if you paid attention, you may know? But if you're someone who only knows her as Sasha Banks, you may not? Did they do the right thing? Was this the best case scenario because that's just where her popularity is? Or even if that's the case, could this have been a bigger thing? What do you think?
Here, without being involved in the contract negotiations with this company, you never know. Was there something screwy going on that they couldn't announce her? Were all the I's dotted and the T's crossed? I mean, it seems like they were, because not only did they strongly insinuate and name the show after her, and without naming it after her, you know what I'm saying, all of the hints and clues that were dropped, it didn't take Columbo to figure it out, and up to and including her friends talking about on Twitter that day that they were there to support her in her debut, but the company officially never said yes. The artist formerly known as Sasha Banks, and now now I've lost her goddamn new name of
Mercedes
Mone.
Mone, not Mone.
Mercedes Mone. As a matter of fact, that's what people are doing probably now, moaning. But they did everything but say she was going to be there, and she was there. So the point I'm making is, unless there was some bizarre reason that we are not aware of, that they couldn't officially say this, and I can't imagine what that reason would be, yes, they shit the bed. Because I'm trying to, there was some back, the first time Punk made his debut, not the re-debut.
The first time in Chicago, the first dance.
The first time in Chicago. There was still, it was a fluid situation until shortly before that, as I remember, but they had the hold on the building and a blah, 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 and it kind of organically grew, and it was a comeback after 7 years away of somebody who had, you know, regardless what you think of Punk, a big star who had said, I'm never going to do this again. And now, oh, shit, and the conditions were right. It was like the thunderstorms. The conditions were right. But with this, if you knew she was going to be there, if you had your deal made in time, for the last month on television, talk about it. In her hometown, or the legendary New Boston Garden, the former, whatever they can get away with saying, you know who she was. She's going to debut in AEW because she didn't goddamn really do anything. You couldn't have. It wasn't like a surprise angle where she comes from under the ring and fucks or tears the door off the cage and tombstones the Undertaker. There was yes, say for a month she's going to debut. Is she going to talk? Is she going to wrestle? You don't have to say that. She will be here live from her hometown, but she will Let everybody know what her condition is after her injury and what her plans are for AEW. And then you could have her, if she's from that town, I assume the 9,000 people that were in the Garden know that, that's what their attraction was. But can she get media in Boston? She's been with the WWE. Send her to fucking Boston to do the morning radio show. They could have held more. They could have sold more tickets if they'd have tried hard. So, yeah, but not only for your ratings, maybe to build some anticipation, whatever the anticipation of the addition of Mercedes Mone will be.
Nay.
Well, yay or nay, either one.
Mone, not yay or nay, Mone.
Well, Mone. Fucking, and I think
Tommy James and the Shondells. That's right, a great band.
I think I'm going to be alone here if you don't quit chiming in. That's what I'm saying. Use it for ratings if she's got some cachet in the industry. Use it for publicity to sell some tickets to this fucking off-brand show you're producing. Blanket the world with it, because why not? There was nothing that was of a surprise element. And then she ran in at the last match, which you knew was going to happen, which I believe we said earlier before the ratings came in the previous part of the program. They put her on first, and, the smart fans would know, well, she's there to run in with Willow and whatever the fuck's going to go on there. But it wasn't like you were told. They couldn't advertise. Yeah, she's going to run in at the end of the show and interfere. But the casual, fuck you, there is no casual person watching this fucking fiasco. But that's the point. That's why, because most people, well, it's over. And as a matter of fact, many of these goddamn people, it's over, it's over, it's over.
It's over, but they're not over. But let's get back to the crystal blue persuasion that is AEW Dynamite here.
Very good.
A very good story. Of course, it's very good. I know more about him than you do. AEW Dynamite.
Goddamn, just because he's from New Jersey.
He's not from New Jersey.
Well, he ought to be. He looks like it. Go ahead.
He may look like it. AEW Dynamite on TBS, March 13th, 2024, as reported by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Mercedes Mone live promo and the Samoa Joe backstage promo. 1 million viewers with, in the key demo, 423,000 viewers.
So they have started out, and they didn't say she was going to be on first, but this is the range. It's been 900 and something, so we got 1 million, maybe people tuning in early.
Well, you're exactly right, because WrestleNomics has a trend line here, and I'll say it in advance, quarter 1 and quarter 2 are almost directly in line with the 90-day trend line.
Well, there you go. And everybody knows it's more important to trend good than to feel good. But they start out with 1 million people to get hooked into this, the Mercedes mania that's going on. It's sweeping the streets like wildfire, brother. Look at those fucking 12-inch pythons on her.
And although we don't have the overrun, we always say it's really quarter 2 that tells the true story of where the audience is starting. And quarter 2 is the Adam Cole video, 8:30 p.m., I should say. And Samoa Joe versus Wardlow,
Ooh.
with picture-in-picture, 899,000 viewers.
Okay, so now but actually they drop oft times, more than 100,000 after the first quarter. So this is 101,000. So
within the trend line.
We're within the trendy McTrenderson line.
We dipped slightly below that trend line in quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The post-match of Wardlow versus Samoa Joe with Swerve Strickland, and the Young Bucks and Okada's backstage antics with Alex Marvez.
Oh, boy.
An ad break.
That was cable access, by the way.
And the start of the Elite with Okada now versus Pac, Penta El Zero Miedo, and Eddie Kingston.
The odd triple.
815,000 viewers.
Out. So the multi-million-dollar man over here, Okada, is not only on the screen talking in some fashion, communicating through his mouthful orifice, and starting to wrestle, and they lost 84,000 people?
Well, the real story may be the next quarter, because that was just the start of the match. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Elite versus Death Triangle and Eddie Kingston continued with picture-in-picture ads. The post-match, an ad break, and the Christian Cage Adam Copeland video. 737,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus!
The trend line has been destroyed now.
The trend line, there was a sinkhole under the trend line, ladies and gentlemen. That is, let me try to do this math. 63, 70. 78,000 more people from the time that Okada and his new delinquent friends that he met at fucking Cucamonga Hills 90210. From the time that they came on the screen, they've gone from 899,000 people to 737,000 people. He's not a game changer. He's a channel changer.
They put him with the channel changers, so then he never even got a chance to show you if he could be a game changer or not. They put him right with them. And he got dragged right down with them. We go now to quarter 4 or quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour.
The big one.
9 to 9:15 p.m. Will Ospreay's live promo.
I feel like we're Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon. Oh, you are correct, sir.
Where was I? Will Ospreay's live promo.
Well, there he was.
Deonna Purrazzo's backstage promo. And the start of Jay White versus Darby Allin. 798,000 viewers.
So wait a minute. Potentially, Ostrich, maybe he's worth the flight from here to Heathrow and back every goddamn week because of all of the
BOAC, bub.
Yes, stuff like that he says. Of all of the new game changers, he's the only one that actually changed the fucking numbers in a positive direction so far. So they got 61,000 back as soon as they got rid of the Buckaroos and the rest of the Lollipop Guild.
That segment was also the high point in closed captioning. We don't have that stat, unfortunately. But we go now, Jim, to quarter 6.
Need to start measuring that. I swear to God. It could be a contest between him and Dusty. Try to close caption and see how close you can get either one of these guys.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Jay White versus Darby Allin with picture-in-picture ads. The post-match, including the amazing angle with the guns, the Bang Bang Scissor Gang, the Acclaimed, a chair, and then an ad break.
Darby's Everest dreams may have been crashed into the Sherpas in the valley.
799,000 viewers.
So they held every single one of them and picked up 1,000 people. I bet, 200 of them were probably from the guys' hometowns, and then you spread the other 800 across the United States, and that's entirely doable.
We now go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Gates of Agony versus the Fences of Fear. No, versus Chris Jericho and Hook. Chris Jericho was teaming up with Kenny Omega. Kenny got hurt. Then they put it with Sammy. Sammy got suspended. Now he's with Hook, ladies and gentlemen, with picture-in-picture ads.
Hook, if you're walking down the street up there in New York City, keep an eye up above your head in case there's a safe hanging over you.
Also, the Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong, and Kingdom backstage angle.
No, that you can't call that an angle. It ended with a hug.
WrestleNomics called it an angle. It certainly wasn't an angle.
I'll have a strong word with them here soon.
732,000 viewers.
Bam! There we went right back down the porcelain throne, 5,000 farther than the Buckaroos had left us on last flush. So they've lost all their gains back and another 5,000 on top of that.
And by the way, for everyone who always says, it doesn't matter the overall number, it's only about what the advertisers care about, the key demo, the advertising demo. The 2 points that have fucking disappeared into the dirt were the Young Bucks match, which was quarter 4, went down to 316. It was 348 here for the Jerihook match, But we now go to the main event. And I remind you, Jim, we have no overrun number, so maybe this really picked up big in the overrun. Those 6 minutes could have been powerful.
It could have been gripping. Something like a War of the Worlds type of fucking spontaneous mania.
A Willow Nightingale video, Riho and Mercedes Moné's backstage meeting, an ad break, Jericho and Hook's backstage, says here angle, now I doubt what he refers to as an angle, followed by the main event, Riho versus Nightingale, the start of it, with picture-in-picture ads. 627,000 viewers and 285,000 in the key demo.
Hee-haw! Wow!
No more about Riho being a draw, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to hear that nonsense, which was always nonsense, ever again. Never, ever, never again.
And I don't want to bring up any, you don't even have to research this, but I heard it on the internet recently that apparently Japan, whatever's happening over there in that society with matters like this, they just recently maybe closed a loophole and raised the age of consent to 16 from 13. I don't know how long ago this was. It was what I was reading. It seemed to be a recent development, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a few years ago or whenever. But yeah, I don't know what's happening over there with these things. But I wish that they would not enable this poor girl to either paralyze herself or torture the viewers or poison the wrestling business on national TV anymore after this scoring.
Well, again, I don't know what any of that has to do with the age of consent in Japan.
Well, just what in the world is that? Whether it's Tony or Kenny or Billy or Susie or Bobby or Tommy or whoever the fuck it is, what is their fixation with having this now adult woman, chronologically the size of a small child and dressed as a small school-going girl in the
she's 26. This. She's 26.
Okay, she looks fucking 9. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? And they're trying to make people believe she's a wrestler because everybody that works with her lets her do the moves to them.
She was like Brock Lesnar in that match. She's awesome. Did you see it? She was suplexing Willow all over the place. Eminent strength, just unbelievable
Eminent strength? Is that like eminent domain?
That's right. She's incredibly powerful.
Well,
to the core.
Somebody needs to report somebody somewhere to something about this whole thing. I can't.
Well, again,
I don't get it.
I don't get the direction you go. You were speaking.
What is she? But let's put her in. Let's get her to do some high steel work. Outfitter like those construction workers in New York City you see up there on them skyscrapers all the time with the tool belts and the outfits and the big heavy helmets, and she can go up there and smoke cigars with them and hammer fucking steel in.
No, she can't. Unless she has an in with the union, no, she can't.
Well, exactly. Exactly. And I'm not going to fucking challenge Olga Corbett for her dominance on the balance beam either. Can we have some goddamn perspective on what people are being allowed to do for a living?
Well, beyond just it being Riho and your issues with Riho and the people that brought her to the country, apparently, beyond that.
And the boat.
The bigger issue.
Somebody needs to dry dock that boat that brought her over here, too.
I believe there was a plane involved, maybe 2, depending on if she had to switch planes anywhere.
Well, ground the son of a bitch till it's inspected.
What does this say about... is this in any way a broader indictment of AEW's women's division? The way women are used in wrestling or overused? The insistence on putting them in positions like the main event of this show when there really isn't a clamoring for it or demand. Like it's, again, Mercedes Moné's one of the biggest stars you would think of modern times in women's wrestling. You know, unless there's a big audience that had no idea she was there, and there probably is. to an extent.
I'm sure there is, yes, because there's a bigger audience for the program she used to be on. That's who they should have been trying to hit with constantly advertising it on television and having her do media that will be picked up. But go ahead.
And I don't know if you could recapture that. The idea that you're going to get that kind of attention once she's there versus the idea she's announcing her debut somewhere new. There's unlimited promotional possibilities for that if you have like a month or two to build into it. But who knows? Tony may have things figured out.
Well, you were starting to frame that in the form of a question, and you
what does this say?
The goddamn. No, here's the question you were asking. What does this say about the women's division?
That's right. You have Riho and Willow in the main event here. Willow's been used, the thing with her and Statlander and Stokely. I'm aware of it because it's been on TV a bunch lately. Riho just popped back up again. Every now and then she pops back up and the numbers pop back down. I mean, it's crazy. This keeps happening. But the Tony Storm stuff.
Pop goes the Riho.
Tony Storm won Best Gimmick in the Observer Awards. The segments aren't really lighting anything on fire. The match with Deonna Purrazzo.
Well, now we know what the Wrestling Observer Awards voting audience is like to begin with.
But I'm saying, is this a bigger indictment of the AEW women's division and the way women are currently being used in wrestling overall?
This specifically is not. This is an indictment of we don't want to see fucking Riho versus Willow. And that's not even knocking Willow. Willow ain't there yet, but Willow has potential. Maybe nobody has potential to rise in this company, but she has potential as a performer somewhere. And she was doing all the heavy lifting in this match. But they haven't gotten her to the point where they don't get her to a point or any her to a point. They bring in Paige, who was big before she got there. They bring in Mercedes, who was big before she got there. And I'm sure there's others, but you get the point. And they get smaller. They get smaller as they stay there, as you mentioned, and become part of the roster. But in this case, people just did, as I said, they couldn't guarantee a run in. So people thought Mercedes was done. And they hear a main event of Riho versus Willow and go, well, fuck, it's a goddamn school night, whatever, right? It's just meaningless because, as you said, Riho only pops up every once in a while and it's preposterous, and that rib has run its course even with much of this audience. And it's disturbing visually and it's just distasteful. So in this case, now, if they had... instead of a high school commencement speech or a prepared awards ceremony acceptance speech, if Mercedes at the top of that thing, after she finished thanking everybody and talking about how she, she's just happy to be there, whatever the fuck, if she had turned to a little more sternly to Willow, instead of just mentioning that they have unfinished business, if she had said, and Willow, I see you're going to be facing Riho tonight in the main event. And I just want to let you know the last time we were together at the same place, she beat her, dropped her on her head, talk about whatever the finish was. You dropped me on my head or kicked me on my head or whatever the fuck you did. And I'm going to be sitting right here at ringside because I want to see if you can do that to Riho. I think she's a lovely young lady, and I just want to make sure it's fair and square. Some ominous, dramatic foreshadowing, but you got none of that because she was too busy taking her clothes off and doing the stripper dance. But
between the Sting retirement and this debut, is this the new thing, having wrestlers come to support you when you're coming and going?
Apparently. I mean, I guess I don't know. We never actually had any of our friends when we would switch territories come for our first night in Dallas or whatever. They were too busy working.
Jim, we have some breaking news. The overrun rating is now in.
Oh, well, hellfire and damnation, as Mama Cornette would say. What was that number?
Now, again, quarter 8 was 6:27. The overrun, 6 minutes, 10 to 10:06 p.m., Riho versus Willow Nightingale, and the post-match including Julia Hart, Sky Blue, And Mercedes Mone,
Sounds like a 50s women's prison movie.
733,000 viewers.
Oh, okay, come on now. Come on now.
They really popped the audience to the other low of the episode.
But what was the program after? Because normally the overrun is not 105,000 people, and Mercedes didn't show up until 3 minutes before they were off the air or whatever. So the point is, what was the program afterwards that people thought they were tuning in for? That's what I'd like.
The new Leave It to Beaver.
Well, in that case, they were very hard on the Beaver the other night, and on Tony Khan too. So, doing as we normally do, and by the way, 627,000 at the end of regulation, starting with 1 million. That is one of the bigger percentages, because that would mean they would, since that's millions a round number, they lost 37.3% of the audience from start to regulation finish. Is that what you would get? I got an even number for once. I think I know how to do it.
I'm going to trust your math in this instance and not do my own.
Well, but you got to do some math.
I do math all the time, here. all day, every day. I'm doing math.
all day.
This is my break from math.
I do the greatest math. It's huge. It's big.
Do amazing math.
Amazing math.
I math like no one else.
the maths don't know what hit them. So what I'd like you to do.
Here's a weird headline you never see on the news right now. Pierce Brosnan pleads guilty to walking in Yellowstone thermal area.
What?
I don't know anything else about this story, nor do I care, but there's a headline you don't see.
Was he cold? Was he trying to warm up? Is that a heating thing they've got? If you get frostbite out there, they have a thermal thing that warms you up?
I deeply regret.
What's happening here?
He's apologizing. I guess it was some kind of environmental statement that led to his arrest.
Well, I hate to. Was he pissing on something? He pissed on the goddamn hot spring and put it out.
He pissed on the role of James Bond. No, I don't know what he was pissing on, but again, back to the ratings, or did we finish the ratings?
Here's what we need to do. We need to do what we usually do and take out the first quarter that they inherit from the Big Bang and take out the overrun that they sap off of the next program and do quarters 2 through 8 and figure out what their true audience average is. That nobody else bothers to do this.
I'm going to do this. Why don't you talk to the listeners for a moment while I add this up?
Well, I'd just like to say that once again, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you joining us here while we do this broadcast. We come to you weekly here at the CornyDriveThru, and we are broadcasting live, as you hear in the background, from our newsroom, where many times we are on top of breaking news. And as everyone knows, and now, of course, we've just got a new correspondent we fired the last one that couldn't do simple math. But we just want you to remember that when news breaks, we take it back for a refund. And now I believe we were coming up to a full accounting of quarters 2 through 8 on the previous Dynamite episode this past Wednesday night.
772,000 viewers.
772,000. That's what we're saying is the real average number of people that watched that program this week, which is, again, it's like a slinky. It's easy for this program to go down the stairs, but it's a lot harder for this program to go up the stairs. Slinky Tony.
All right. Well, that's one of the least offensive nicknames he's been called since he became a wrestling promoter. But those are the AEW Dynamite ratings. And Jim, I guess if you were a wrestler there and unhappy about things, and you realize that AEW just hands out paydays like nothing, you may want to sue.
Well, of course I would. And as a matter of fact, with AEW, I wouldn't even have to call an attorney because they just throw money out the window as they drive by. But for the folks out there who may have been wronged in some fashion by legitimate corporations, whether they be greedy or whether they be beholden to the almighty dollar at the expense and or the the risk of other people, civilians, the simple people's health and safety and happiness and ability to live a fruitful life and have conjugal visits with their spouses, you gots to call Stephen P. New.
Call Stephen P. New. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest.
See right there, Brian, as soon as you mention the man's name, suddenly a band comes in and a singer and a chorus and all that stuff. It's like when you mention his name, suddenly the clouds part and the sun comes down and you hear, hallelujah, hallelujah. And you're going to be saying hallelujah when you get your settlement or your various forms of payoff to go away. Make this attorney go away, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they say, oftentimes accompanied by fistfuls of cash with non-sequential serial numbers thrown in your general direction to make this man go away, because he will defend the common man. Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com. 877-50-STEVE is the musical mellifluous number that you can call. And we're going to be having an update very shortly, Brian, on one of these mud shows that he's going to be turning upside down and shaking for change on many people's behalf, including us.
That's right. A lot of mud out there. And of course, I can't even speak. And you can even do nothing and say nothing and just ruin a show by blathering like an idiot with Stephen P. New.
Well, it's your show.
It's my show. Stephen P. New, 877-50-STEVE. You can get in touch with 50-STEVE, newlawoffice.com. Jim?
Yes?
There's more to discuss. We'll get to your questions at some point in the future, ladies and gentlemen. But another big issue that a lot of the listeners have sent in, and I have to see if there's a good summation. I have a big article here, a long article.
Well, we don't need to hear that type of talk from you. We know how big your article is without you having to say it.
There's a article from Front Office Sports.
Don't just dangle it in front of everybody and demonstrate the whole thing.
From Front Office Sports by Tim Marchman, John Pollock, and Brandon Thurston. The headline:
That's a goddamn murderer's row right there.
WWE President Nick Khan, COO Brad Blum, revealed as key figures in Vince McMahon's sex trafficking suit. There it is in English, and there it is, Jim. We could dive a little bit further into this because there are other names that have come out.
Well, yes, that's the thing. A lot of there was headlines all over the pea-picking world about this, that WWE executives in lawsuit named, right? Because before they were... See, I'm talking for the simple people out there that go to work and work hard every day, planting the seeds in the ground and watering them so the sunlight can bring them so they can take them to the market and get the money to pay for the bread for grandma. But so I'm a simple person. In the lawsuit that Janelle Grant filed, it was like these executives knew. It was executive number 1 or executive number 2 or executive number 3. Nobody's names were mentioned. And now this reporting is putting names to, I guess, is to the individual numbers. Have we got, is that just the group, or we've narrowed
by
it
number.
down to?
We have
by number. Well, good. You can't
number.
tell the players without a number. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to fucking mass incarceration fucking attempts like this.
But I read the headline. It's important to read under the headline are 2 bullet points.
Well, yes, we got to have the bullet points.
Neither Khan nor Blum is alleged to have participated in or known about abuse of any kind. Also, central to the suit, former WWE exec Stephanie McMahon, who is described as knowing of other instances of her father engaging in, and this is a quote, inappropriate sexual conduct.
But that's, here's the thing. when these people have been named, that's the point. Whether in the suit, were they alleged to have just known, yeah, Vince's girlfriend is on the payroll for no good reason, one of those eye-rolling type of things, like we said in Hollywood, the producer's girlfriend gets a part in the movie, whatever. Or is that what they are alleged to have known that? Or is there any testimony or any allusion to the fact that they might have known any details of what was going on here? Is there, and again, is there talks with Stephanie? I'm pretty sure she probably knew that her father had gotten in some escapade with somebody where he had to pay money for them not to talk about it. But I still find it real hard to believe that she would have known details until maybe here toward the end when we've talked about she's been kind of ghosting him. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, what I was going to say before was Nick Khan. See, that's the thing. It's one thing knowing or thinking that your boss may be having an affair and may have given a job to his mistress.
Right.
That's one thing. And we're not going to get into the morals of it and what someone should do, but that's one thing.
It happens probably commonly in pro sports and entertainment,
in offices,
least, if not corporate America at large.
That's right. In offices, rich men, it happens. I've seen it happen. It happens. That's one thing. That's two willing participants. But with this lawsuit alleged, what Janelle Grant's lawsuit was a whole different animal. And it's important to note that according to what she said, certainly these figures, speaking specifically about Brad Blum and Nick Khan, it seems that they were aware that she was Vince McMahon's mistress. But again, they're not, their names are being revealed. That's the headline here. They're not being alleged to have known or been involved in anything.
Right. And see, that's the thing. I can easily believe that, all these people would have rolled their eyes and go, well, there's the boss and he's hired, he's having an affair, whatever. And, and probably made snide comments that this young lady may have struck too close to the fucking bone, as Dennis Condrey might say, because she knew what the situation really was and is thinking, well, who knows besides that? Because Vince was feeding her all these fucking Penthouse forum letters via text. So, but again, that's why I said Nick Khan, if anybody, is probably not going to put it, because he doesn't even come from the wrestling business. He wasn't scared of Vince. Like, oh my God, Vince will end my career and my life if I say anything. He's a big fucking deal to begin with.
He was scared of Vince ending the possibility of selling the company is what he was scared of. He's an agent. Yeah,
but he's not going to fucking knowingly, I don't think, involve himself in these escapades or predilections or whatever we might call them.
Yeah, what's he going to say? Hey, boss, that's not right. Hey, boss, we know Linda. Well, what's he going to say? I mean, what's he going to do? But that's if we're talking about just an affair, which is what it's saying here. But let me go to some of this article here. And again, it's a long article. I don't think we're going to read this whole thing. The suit claims that Khan and Blum, whose names have not previously been reported, were instrumental to a scheme in which the plaintiff, a woman named Janelle Grant, was employed, and here's a quote, in a completely undefined role, except for the understanding that she remained a sexual slave to be used and trafficked by McMahon within the WWE. Unlike McMahon and Laurinaitis, the two are not personally accused of sexual misconduct or violence. Rather, the suit claims they and others facilitated and covered up exploitation in ways that make WWE liable under federal anti-trafficking law. See, that's, again...
Yeah, I got to think that's a way for the attorney to tie the big billion-dollar corporation into this, because I think they, of course, facilitated Vince's girlfriend on the payroll. I don't think they facilitated...
a sex slave.
What in the world he was fucking doing with her?
Hey, Ari, we have a problem. Vince hired a sex slave. I don't think, I don't think that's what they thought it was. They thought it was Vince McMahon got his mistress. Old man Vince got his mistress a job.
Yeah.
Is what I think that is. Goes a little bit here into Khan's current role. WWE takes it seriously. The information was attained by these reporters. They confirmed it with Janelle Grant's attorney. So that's confirmed from that end. And scrolling down a little bit, McMahon presented Blum and Khan after his hiring in August of 2020 to Grant as his key fixers, according to the suit. The first time McMahon met her, in March of 19, he promised Grant, who had minimal work history, that his office would reach out to arrange a meeting with Blum, who was an executive vice president in charge of operations at the time. A week later, the suit says she met with Blum, and he hardly asked any questions. And before long, she had been hired to a $75,000 a year job in the legal department. In February of 20, the suit says McMahon told Grant that Blum had warned him that there were a lot of rumors circulating about the relationship. Immediately after this, she was transferred to another department. So let's stop there. What are your thoughts on that?
Is Blum? See, I don't know. Nick Khan obviously is a new addition, and this Blum fellow was not part of the office when I was there. Also, I thought I may have suspected I knew who one of these people were. Was he the guy that was being described as somebody had worked for the company for a very long time and was, fixed legal things? Because if he is, then that's not...
In the suit, there were two people identified as corporate officers 1 and 2. Nick Khan was corporate officer 1. Brad Blum was corporate officer number 2.
Okay, then fuck, I didn't know who either one of them was, because I thought, well, if that guy's still around, it might have been him, but I guess he wasn't. So I don't have a read on any of these people based on that they were not there when I was working there. But again, I don't think any of these normal people, not from the wrestling business, were gonna, if they knew the full scope and breadth of what was going on, if they were going to go along that far with it, rather than just, it's this, the boss, he's got a lot of money and he's a younger girlfriend.
Well, let's go to this, because you may remember this from when we originally talked about the suit once we had our hands on it and we didn't know who anyone was. The second of those two people was Khan. According to the suit, in March of 2021, Grant told McMahon that Khan had responded to her introducing herself in a corridor by telling her he knew exactly who she was. Later that day, the suit says, McMahon told her that he had a meeting with Khan and Blum and informed them of the nature of their relationship. McMahon told her, the suit says, that the two men had voiced concerns to him and inquired whether Grant could be trusted. A WWE spokesman denies that this conversation ever happened. McMahon, the suit says, told Grant that the two expressed concern but were ultimately supportive. So let's stop there. She went up to Nick Khan and said, "Hi, I'm Janelle," and he said, "I know who you are." That's pretty telling. I mean, when you hit anyone with "I know who you are," that's... That happened to Howard Bauer. He went up to Kevin Sullivan one time and said hello. It's Kevin, and his accent was like, "I know who you are."
Well, and I saw what you did. No, I can believe that, because as soon as she showed up to work there to do, she didn't even know what. Nobody really knew why she was there, except they had to figure out why she was there because Vince told them to give her a job and whatever. But at the same time, "I know who you are" is, he probably thought, well, he, like many people may, that here this girl's getting a free job off of Vince and she's in on it and blah, blah, blah. So he probably didn't have a lot of patience. "I know who you are. If she's in on this deal, what the fuck? He's not going to goddamn either say, "Oh, let me show you how to take over my job." What the fuck? You're there for no reason, but you're fucking the boss in his mind.
Also,
but that doesn't mean that, again, that he knows that Vince and Johnny Ace are taking her in the fucking locker room in the gym or whatever. I think that would be it just as a responsible, real world business person. they would have had to do something about that because of the liability that they're now under. And anyway, I'll finish this by saying, so the point is, so Nick Khan, yes, saying, I know who you are. And everybody that's why they sat Vince down. And as Vince said, or she said, expressed concern, you can see Vince telling them, well, we're in the condo together, pal. And, sometimes things happen, but, she's an adult and whatever.
Nice Vince voice. What is that?
Well, whatever.
Oh, we're in the condo. What is that?
Yeah, whatever it is. But the point is, he smoothed it over with them, and then he goes and tells her to put her in a kind of a precarious position. Well, they expressed concern, but I assured them that you can be trusted not to broadcast this and air, people's private lives out in an office setting.
This is what she's saying that he said.
Schmoozing everybody. Yeah, but you can see him doing this to all sides. It's nothing.
You could also see Nick Khan potentially and Brad Blum, without knowing too much about how they do things, pulling him into a room and saying, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? We're trying to sell this company, motherfucker.
And that's when they just think that he's, got a girlfriend on the payroll. Imagine if they knew what he was really fucking doing.
Let me go back to this, Jim. The person identified in the suit as corporate officer number 3 is, according to the reporting here, confirmed by Janelle Grant's attorney, McMahon's daughter, longtime WWE executive Stephanie McMahon. She is mentioned once in an ambiguous context. Let me go to this.
What is the ambiguous context?
Grant, the suit says, attended meetings of WWE's executive committee, something far above her pay grade and the appropriateness of which she asked Khan and Blum about. At one of these meetings, the suit says, Stephanie McMahon, who is described as knowing of other instances of Vince McMahon engaging in inappropriate sexual conduct, motioned Grant to sit near her. 3 months after the NDA between McMahon and Grant was signed, Stephanie McMahon announced she was taking a leave of absence from the company. So that's the only thing. She asked Janelle Grant to sit near her is the ambiguous context. It is crazy.
That's pretty ambiguous, by the way.
What is crazy, if you really think about it, if you've ever been to a board meeting or just an important meeting, for all of a sudden someone who isn't like an assistant to someone there, for someone to just walk in that room or be in that room with the board members, you're probably like, what the fuck is really going on here? That is a little crazy. And then for Stephanie to say, come sit next to me?
Well, it didn't say next to, said near. And I'm thinking Stephanie may want to get, because I'm sure they didn't occupy the same space often. Stephanie probably wanted to get a good look at this young lady that she may have also heard rumors that her father was dallying with. And so she can give her the side eye while she's talking. I mean, but if that's Stephanie's involvement, and I also can believe that Stephanie has knowledge of other NDAs or, hey, Pop's got us in trouble again. He's going to have to pay somebody for doing something. That
well, didn't it recently come out she knew about the Ashley Massaro thing? So does anything that happened in that company, you have to believe that Stephanie McMahon had knowledge of? Anything?
Yeah, well, I'm not going all the way to the head shitting.
Not the things happening like that, but I think things that came out at all, she would have been knowledgeable.
The NDAs and some of the various efforts at suppression of, well, something happened and we don't want to get in trouble.
That's right.
Yes. So so far it's not outlandish, but that is for Stephanie, sit next to or close to me or near me or whatever. That's a pretty ambiguous interaction.
The person identified as corporate officer number 4 is Brian Nurse, former general counsel and head of WWE's legal department. According to the suit, on May 9th, 2019, 8 months after he'd been hired, he offered Grant a job 3 hours after having called her to discuss a legal role. The next day, the suit says, Vince McMahon told her that he had ordered Nurse to offer Grant the job. And then McMahon sexually assaulted her for the first time, putting his hand down her pants without consent. The suit describes the work environment in the legal department as distressing to the point that Grant was openly experiencing panic attacks in the office. She was never onboarded, it says, or given any clear responsibilities, And Nurse was, and here's a quote, warm with other colleagues but cold with her before becoming openly hostile. Behavior his staff noticed, discussed with Grant, and in some cases emulated. Nurse, the suit says, would even stop and change directions if he saw her in a hallway. And he told at least one other executive that he knew or suspected the relationship between Grant and McMahon was sexual. In February 2020...
You want to say, hold on here, there's a good point. They're still at the point where they're suspecting that Vince is fooling around with this young lady. So they don't, again, have knowledge of what's really going on.
The boss of the company called him personally and said, hire her, give her a job. At least that's what Vince said. And he doesn't seem too pleased about her being there.
Exactly. And he's fucking holding his nose and doing what the boss is telling him, but he's openly, not thrilled with it.
In February 2020, Grant was transferred to another division. In November of 20, Nurse was, the suit says, terminated or asked to resign, making him one of a number of employees it claims were forced to resign or let go if they knew of McMahon's exploits and failed to assist, support, and or facilitate them. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, now we haven't heard of anybody else being fired, have we? Has that come out anywhere about anybody over this?
Are you familiar with any of the comings and goings in Titan Tower from the executive side or the corporate side?
It seems like everybody else got their ear to the fucking rumor mill or their finger to the grindstone or whatever that goddamn old simile is. But it seems like by now, if there was a series of or a handful of or several firings of people that were inconveniently associated with the knowing inside knowledge of this potential scandal, we'd have heard about it by now. Or in this lawsuit. If they say it's one of some, well, give us the other ones if you say it's one of some.
Nurse did not respond to a direct message sent to social media.
I bet he didn't.
Or to a social media account he controls, or to a request for comment sent to his work email address. A spokesperson for his current employer did not respond to an email asking to be put in touch with him.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car, Counter 47 in Des Moines.
WWE declined the comment on the terms in which he left the company. And that's really it. Then it goes into Nick Khan, childhood friend of The Rock. Under him, WWE's achieved unprecedented business success. And then it goes into a few of the deals there. But there it is. I mean, the story really was the names coming out, but no one is specifically being accused of anything anew.
I was hoping that, somebody was being accused of being the person that was responsible for cleaning the wrestler named sex toys or something like that. We'd get some comedic value out of it.
Too soon.
Too soon. Okay.
We're not allowed to laugh about wrestler named sex toys anytime soon. But Jim, we can't end on that note. Let's see. Well, real quick, why don't we end on this note?
Okay.
John Cena was naked at the Oscars, apparently. I didn't watch the Oscars, but enough people were talking about it and sending it around. Here he is, your boy from OVW, hit the big time, not just at the Oscars, but naked at the Oscars. Even The Rock hasn't gotten a chance to do that yet. And he was there too. What are your thoughts on Cena at the Oscars?
Well, not only The Rock went to the Oscars, but Rock and Cena went to the Oscars. And as we mentioned, the Buckaroos went to the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards. They had a banquet at a Denny's in Reseda. But the bit was, and I understand that it was hilarious. I saw it live because Stacy loves the Oscars. Every year she makes the, well, they used to call it, cheese and cold cut platter, but now it's the charcuterie. And she gets the wine glass and the cold cuts and the cheeses and the dips and the little fancy, cups and utensils and everything. And she watches the Oscars. And I said, well, Rock's going to be on there. Didn't know about Cena. I said, I'll try to see if I can muddle through some of this while I'm paying half attention to that and doing something else. But then here comes Cena. And the deal was, I guess it was the 50th anniversary of the Streaker at the Oscars, right? You've seen the footage.
Of course, yeah.
Even though you weren't alive at that point. And for the younger kids, streaking in the early 70s was popular when somebody would take their clothes off and run out on the field, a football game or baseball game, or they run through the produce section of the supermarket, wherever it was, naked. They were streaking. And it was even the big hit song by Ray Stevens, not the wrestler Ray Stevens, but the country star Ray Stevens. Made number. Oh, yes, they call him the Streak. He's the fastest thing on 2 feet. He's just as proud of he can be of his anatomy. He gonna give us a peek. It was streaking is what it was, see? And they did it at the Oscars, and it was, we come to find out later on, right, it was a setup deal. And it was David Niven was there in a tuxedo, and a guy runs across stage, and blah, blah, blah. So as they're talking about this, Brian, I know you didn't see it. You're too jaded for the Oscars. I don't know who any of these people are anymore, to be quite honest with you, and not motivated to find out most of them. As they mentioned that, then all of a sudden, who was it presenting the goddamn thing? I can't even remember now. It doesn't matter. But Cena peeks out from behind the set there, and he goes, are you sure we need to do this? They're doing a takeoff on it. Oh, yeah, he's going to present the award for best costume, but the rib is he's naked. He has no costume on. And what he's got is the big awards envelope, and the winner is, he's got that held in front of his crotch. So you can see this visual as he's they talk him into coming out. So he's going to come out and present the award. There's no podium. So as he sideways walks across with the big envelope in front of his crotch, and he's doing the sheepish thing, and Cena's good at that. He's fucking good at embarrassing himself on purpose for fucking entertainment. He gets out in the middle of the stage, and he realizes that he can't. He's like, dude, I can't open the envelope. I can't read the winner because I can't open the envelope. And blah, blah, and it was a funny bit, right? And the audience is cracking the fuck up. And by the way, if you look like John Cena does naked, why would you ever want to wear clothes in front of anybody? It's ridiculous. And so then they go on about the deal and present the award and blah, blah, blah. And come to find out from the next day or two or whatever, I saw with a news piece, he wasn't really naked holding the goddamn just an envelope in front of him. They put like the flesh-colored pouch over his flying squirrel and had him taped up the back so you couldn't see crack or anything. And then so it was the illusion of, anyway, because this is television. But I guess did people just go out of their fucking minds that he was somehow the victim of some kind of conspiracy plot?
I don't know about people. I mean, I haven't seen too much of this, but I did see something.
Maybe just bots on Twitter?
Well, someone sent something, and the context that they sent it to me was Chris Jericho's wife retweeted this, apparently.
Oh, boy.
It is something from an account, Daily Loud. Andrew Tate says John Cena doing his humiliation ritual to satisfy his, and this is in quotes, gay paymasters at the Oscars. And I would have to think that the gay paymasters must be happy right about now.
So many questions. so many things I've got to. Andrew Tate.
By the way, there's another funny one here real quick. Candace Owens tweeted out, "Who would you guys like to see me have on the podcast as a guest?" And Jericho's wife replied, Chris Jericho. So she's doing his fan work too.
But no, Andrew Tate, and I swear to God, every time I hear that name, for whatever reason, I mentally confuse him with the boxer from East Tennessee years ago, Big John Tate. And I'm like, Andrew Tate, what's he got to do with it? But Andrew Tate is apparently some type of, as they say across the pond, a sex pest that has been, international authorities have either been looking for him or did they pick him up? I only know peripherally his story.
Me too.
But
I don't know too much about him.
He's not somebody apparently that you would want to be emulating.
No, not in any way.
And he's saying that Cena had to do that skit on the Oscars, which is clearly the kind of shit that Cena gets tickle out of. Because the people that the studio heads, I thought the rib of the studio heads were all supposed to be Jewish back in the day. Now they're all gay. I thought the stars were supposed to be gay, and the studio heads were supposed to be Jewish. Who's paying who here?
He's talking about who controls Hollywood, and I have here a tweet from John Cena. I'd like to say thank you to David Geffen for the check for $30 million. So obviously the gay paymasters have been satisfied. Good going, Mr. Cena. No, this is completely ridiculous. He did a goofy skit at the Oscars because John Cena's been doing goofy skits. You can find John Cena like this probably in a TGI Fridays in Louisville 20 years ago. It's not a big deal to him, but according to someone who knows nothing halfway across the world, he was satisfying his gay paymasters.
See, that's the thing. And these, even if you're a Republican, I say that word and try to not get a bad taste in my mouth, but you have to be a really special kind of just stupid motherfucker to believe this bullshit, especially coming from this guy that, did I mention, international authorities were looking for him, and I've heard something about sex trafficking involved with this guy. And we may look him up by the time the experience rolls around, but nevertheless, this is the kind of shit that Jericho's wife is retweeting, aka advocating, is that we should actually take this drivel seriously as adult human beings with fucking brains. Brains that we use, not that we eat.
Well, that's the only outrage I've really seen is whatever's happening in that world over there. The creative outrage community, I guess. They just create outrage out of nothing, and other people believe it. That's the crazy thing. Wish we had that kind of power.
Well, but you know what we've got, don't you?
What's that?
The power of the people.
Yes, we do.
We ought to make a gimmick out of that, like people power.
Let's not do that. That was
nobody's ever done that before, have they?
Only an alleged pervert.
Oh well, I guess alleged trademark. We need to stay away from that then.
Hey, what's Cena gonna say the next time he sees Jericho? The next time Jericho's begging for work in 5 years or so.
yeah. Tell your wife that my gay paymasters gave me a raise for that.
Would she be saying the same thing if Chris's acting career had ever taken off? That the gay paymasters were behind it or something?
Well, no, because then she would have had to reveal that Jericho was a victim of the casting couch.
All right, well...
And he's already been abducted and probed by aliens. We don't want him to have to...
On an old country road.
On an old country road. We don't want to have him suffering the slings and indignities of other people's arrows. I don't know where that was going.
Neither do I, but congratulations, John Cena, on your mainstream acceptance from appearing nude at the Oscars. You know what? People know who he is. He is, I have to say, he is the name that people know from the modern era that aren't wrestling fans. They know who John Cena is. And this is one of the reasons why. They know who he is.
He can do everything and is willing to.
All right. Well, we are willing to end the show now. And we'll come back on the experience before you know it. Before I know it, we'll be back with that. Let me find a nice musical instrument to end with. Everyone moves my... There we go.
I wish somebody'd keep their hands off your organ.
All right, a very zen ending to this very zen show.
Now and zen.
We'll be back on The Experience in a few days, wherever you find your favorite podcast, back here next week on this show. If you have any songs you want us to play, people have been asking, are you going to play songs again? Send them to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com. Make sure you write it's a new song. It has to be about something related to the show, not just, hey, I was watching wrestling, so I wrote a song. If it has nothing to do with anything we're talking about, we're not going to play it.
Yeah.
Just a word of advice for some of you numbskulls out there. Of course, go through
song, like the hit goes.
Well, there goes nothing. We're just all out of step here today, but you could be out of step with us going back to the archives, going back to 2013, patreon.com/Cornette, and of course, the very popular official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Full episodes, clips of episodes, omnibus collections with the extremely popular Travis Heckel artwork. Check it out today. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette. It'll be the first thing that pops right up. You can follow Jim on Twitter at @TheJimCornette. You can follow me on Twitter at Great Brian Last. You can hear me on the 605 Super Podcast at 605pod.com, or available wherever you find your favorite podcast. And of course, every day, the wrestling news. Get your wrestling news for free. From the Wrestling News, the Morning Wrestling Newscast, directly from thewrestlingnews.com, or look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com. What's going on, Jim?
We're selling merchandise. Buy some.
At JimCornette.com. The Drive-Thru is brought to you by the law office of Stephen Pinu, 877-507-8383 or 50-STEVE. And you can get in touch with 50-STEVE at newlawoffice.com. But until the experience, and next week right back here on the Drive-Thru, for Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last, and I'm about to eat lunch. Tally-ho!